really?
Very quickly, I mean, before we jump into the stories, the thing about war people don't know is it is never pretty. In any way, in any circumstance you look at it. Do you think you will still have a job to go to every morning? Do you think you will still have an economy? All funds and all monies being made with an S will all be generated towards funding the war. Meaning to say your taxes will increase. Meaning to say that businesses that you make money from will be depleted. You know, they have to let some staffs go. A lot will happen. Which is why it's important that we don't even look at war. And those who are fanning the flames of war, go and ask your grandfathers if they are alive. They will tell you Nigerian civil war was not a joke.
At
Some
all.
parts of the country they're still recovering from it, believe it or not. Whether it's through marginalization or the case may be, they are still one way or the other. You know, so let's leave war on the table. Let's just say right now we're experiencing a diplomatic catastrophe.
Leave it at that. Let's look at what we have on the headlines this morning. 2025 budget. Tinubu seeks Senate approval for 1.1 trillion naira loan. Again, naira recoups losses as market shrugs off Trump threat. Nigeria's $1 trillion economy target tied to security reform, says NEC committee. China warns against use of force as U.S. threatens military action in Nigeria. Those are some of our top stories this morning. Of course, we'll see what we have on the front page of the paper as well this morning. But start off with the one on Tinubu seeking Senate approval for 1.1 trillion naira loan. I don't know if we should dwell on that or go to the next one where naira is recouping losses as market shrugs off the Trump threat. We did see that, you know, on the back of this threat of invasion or Trump, the war that we're talking about, we've seen a little bit of a shake in the market and the economy. And now we're seeing that, I mean, the market is shrugging up. I mean, they're shrugging like, okay, I bet it's not happening. So that might look like some bit of good news because we know how much, I mean, on the big story today, we're also going to be focusing on that, investor confidence, venture capital, how this could affect, you know, venture capitalists, how it has the potential, you know, we're not saying for certainty now, but how it has the potential to affect or impact how they look at the market if they want to invest, you know, investor confidence and all of that. But it's good to see that Naira is recouping some of the losses as the market is shrugging off the Trump threat. Which of the stories do you want to speak on?
So, I mean, it will be good enough to really look at what Tinubu is saying regarding the loan that he's pushing for, the 1-point-something trillion. But also, what's more important is for us to look at the mother talk of the day, really, that can actually allow that money to be useful or not, which is the issue surrounding Trump's follow-through and, of course, threat with Nigeria, threat towards Nigeria regarding the boots on ground. I think, for what it's worth, again, that can also affect our second story, which is the issue of the Naira. But whichever it is, our stories are well picked, right? 3 of them are actually dependent on the security of this nation, really. It is the state of the nation. You need funds to run the nation. Yes, he has moved to ask Senate, look, we need such amount of money. Approve it. Good and fine. What would the money be used for? If the money is going to be used to fund our military, that sounds like a great idea. Because right now, I don't think any other, you know, direction for funds want to go any other place. Demilitary, as in sending money to our military and equipping them even more to strengthen their position, I think is the wisest thing to do so that they can actually say, let us fight these insurgents and fight them well. Also, very more importantly, in getting that money, can we also make sure that every penny of it is well accounted for? Can we make sure this right now, all bets are off? Whether you are PDP, APC, you are SDP, you are whatever, PPP, whatever that you are, forget your political differences and come together as a nation. The world is watching. Is it that we get it right now? Or guess what? We will never get it right. Yes, Trump has threatened military action in Nigeria, but I want to see it from a positive angle. As much as we 100% don't think it makes any sense to jump into our sovereignty. But the fact that he has come out to now, and he's somebody who is a world leader, right? The fact that he has said this, believe it or not, everybody will be on their toes now. Let's now watch and see. Is it that the problem we have is caused by spirits or caused by human beings? And if everybody is now on their feet, if the president himself is now on his feet to make sure, you know, insurgency, banditry, killings of whether Muslims or Christians, or whatever it is that is causing insecurity in our nation. If the president can get up now and say, look, we are tackling this in head to head, nothing like clemency, nothing like giving any pardon, whatever. If you are caught, it is firing squad straight up. Make sure we meet them. Look, fire for fire. Make sure insurgency and terrorism has no hold, no air to breathe. Even worse, if he has at all, we strangle her out. If he can do that, I bet you, we could have used this situation to our own good. We could have proven to the world that we, as a nation, we do have a working military, whether it's the army, the police, the navy, and the air force. We have a strong armed forces. We also have politicians who know how to run this thing called politics. And at the end of the day, right, our economy will boom. There's another side to it again, which is this. Foreign investors are watching to say, how would Nigeria respond? Would we respond prematurely, or would we respond in an area that will enable them even say, look, we know you don't need money, we want to dash you more money. Nigeria is a fertile ground. Let's not forget, the reason why this back and forth is going on is more minerals are being discovered by the day in Nigeria. Nigeria sits on trillions and trillions and trillions worth of rare earth minerals. And so the whole world is watching. And of course, speaking about the whole world, China has now said, hold up, America, don't go that way. We know why China is saying so. It's not as if they love our Christians like that, or love our Muslims, as the case may be. The fact that they already have their own investment in this country is a big reason why they will tell America, don't even go there. And as much as we are now, saying, okay, fine, because of the insecurity, some Nigerians are on social media talking about we want America to come in. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you. Who told Donald Trump loves you? Anything he does as a president of a nation, any president that moves to do anything, is in the interest of their country first. That's why it says America first. People don't get it. It is America first before any other thing. So if the United States government and army has seen a potential in Nigeria, they'll look for any reason to come in. It's not about my words. It's a general fact. So the three stories are all tied together. If we have tension internationally and our diplomatic, conversation is dropping and becoming almost like a catastrophe, it will affect investors. And of course, more money will be asked from the Senate to approve or go and borrow more money so that we can fix our reputation by making sure things work. So this is
and speaking of the economy, Nigeria's $1 trillion economy target is tied to security reform. This is from the National Economic Council Committee. So I think for once, $1 trillion for targeted towards security reforms, for me, is laudable. Yes, we do have other sectors of the economy, other areas that need, to have a huge chunk of fund, diverted to, talk about education, talk about healthcare. I wish I was an economist, but just in my understanding of, it's a scale of preference. What's more important right now? To be honest,
that's a big question.
Yes, I want to leave it open-ended. I don't want to give an answer. I mean, I should probably get Mr. Bismarck Rani
to come
here.
in and tell
but,
us.
Just on the
scale
scale
of,
of,
silent for a while, though.
He's not been silenced.
He's been talking.
It's always been talking. So, healthcare, security. What's that last thing that I mentioned? Healthcare, security, education. Those are big areas that we need to tackle. But in the light of what has been going on right now,
and all eyes
I
on
will
Nigeria,
say that a strategic thing to actually do is to target security reform.
most definitely.
And target it head on. It's not we have this
politics
fund
around it.
and then we're doing something else.
I hate to cut you, but again, the truth of the matter is that one of the major reasons why our military is not 100% defeating these people, and not just defeating them, but keep them defeated, is because politics, right, is preventing them from doing their job and doing it very well. Don't forget, we have people in the helms of affairs politicking back and forth before any move or any amount of money is approved, right? It takes weeks, months, decide deliberating, okay, what would be the give and take, how do we mitigate this, what would be the issue, what will come out of this, what would be the collateral damage. By the time all these politicians begin to put, their checkers back and forth. Time is running away. It's giving more ample time for those bandits to commit a crime, escape, regroup, and come back again and keep killing people, whether Christians or Muslims. So the thing is, decisive move has to be made. You see how quick he was able to get up and say, listen, he wants to look into the issue of diplomacy, or see if we can get ambassadors and stuff like that, since we don't really have much like that in that area. Those are quick decisions made. Can we see those quick, fast decisions? He's the CNC, Commander-in-Chief. Make no mistake. That's when I say here, he's the boss. It simply means that he's the boss of Nigeria, he's the boss of the nation. Everything is under his pen. If he signs today, the nation moves. If he doesn't, the nation stays still. So more importantly, if that money comes out, which I know it will, should be put into our security personnel such a way that, look, people can walk into their houses, leave the door open in that area where it's a bit volatile, sleep and wake up the next morning and see their properties and everything intact. If we can achieve that, we could have sent a strong message to the world, especially to Donald Trump. Nigeria is a sovereign nation and not to be messed with.
Yeah. Finally, China warns against use of force as United States threatens military action in Nigeria. So there's China coming
Again,
to...
I'm not going
China, is it to the rescue?
So most definitely, even if they're going to come in, they're going to spend money of their own too. So it's not just rescue, they are trying to protect their own assets too. Don't forget in a hurry that China has been in partnership with Nigeria for a while. Our road networks, our bridges, a lot. You see their companies everywhere. CCECC, right? It's telling you that, look, we are in partnership with Nigeria for a long term. And most of these infrastructures that they've been building, whether it's edifice or whatever it is, road network, rail, whatever it is, that they're building bridges and they're doing a fantastic job. All these infrastructures put in place, right? There is an arrangement for them to get paid. So you can imagine if they have not started, getting back their ROI, and you're saying America is going to come in. Let me tell you one funny thing, which is not funny, by the way, which is a fact. If America comes in and they succeed, what this means is that they will conquer the ground that, or the area where those so-called insurgents and Boko Haram are right now. Once they defeat them, that area becomes their base. They will not have a base in Nigeria. China wouldn't want that. Of course, Nigeria too doesn't want that, because they've been clamoring since to have boots on ground. And our just past, Chief of Army staff, right? General Musa, who just retired, who just handed over to a new person. Right? Don't worry, I know he's not your uncle. But it's fine. So he made it clear. He said, look, we don't want boots on ground. But the big question is, can this question be answered, which is this: who is funding Boko Haram? Boko Haram funding them? Who is funding insurgency? Who is funding all these bandits? How come whenever they catch them, they see what they're holding and they have in their possession hard currency, weapons that you can trace to the West? Who is funding them? And so he was on Al Jazeera. I was watching, and they asked him those questions. I wish I had that video, could have played it. Look, he answered very, very emphatically, and I must give it to him. Very smart and intelligent guy, warrior of a general. And he answered that presenter. He said to him, he said, look, because the presenter asked him, he said, what is wrong with Boko Haram? What is going on with Nigeria and the issue of Boko Haram? He said it clear, right? So, truth be told, if the United States comes in and brings boots on ground, it will not be in the interest of China. So I wasn't even surprised when China stepped in. I was hoping this week it will happen. That's when I saw the headlines that China is now saying, no, don't threaten Nigeria. We don't agree with your moves. We want to bring boots on ground. That we support Nigeria as case may be, give and take. It is what any person who has investment in a country, right, will do, whether or not they like the people. They have investment there. There are businesses that are on ground, and documents have been signed. Right. It's not just China. Other countries are going to come up. Recently, I think the EU said we want to support Nigeria. They're still going dilly-dallying. We don't know yet. They have not come out officials to say so. I was reading something about on the papers the other day, yesterday, on social media about EU, thinking Donald Trump's decision is not the right way to go. They left at that. I know they're playing, take from Paul, give to Peter. It's called diplomacy in their own level and politics at the global level. However, it's not the interest of Nigeria. We need people who can come out and say, look, give and take. this is where we stand with this.
Right.
And be precise about it.
Yeah, let's move on now and take a quick break and see what we have on the front page of the papers very quickly. We'll take a quick break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Come to the trap lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. Still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. Let's see what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning. We start off with the Business Day paper because we like to say charity begins from home. So front page of Business Day paper this morning says foreign airlines defend dollar ticket sales. The writer goes on to say it is in line with agreement with federal government. It's anti-trade, harmful to economy, argue travel agent. This is on page 31 of the Business Day paper today. On page 27 of the paper, it says Nigerian professors earn far less than African peers. On page 31 of the papers this morning, Trump turmoil, stocks, Eurobonds sink deeper as Naira pairs losses. And on page 31 still of the paper, it looks like a lot of things are happening on page 31 of the paper this morning. It says rising smartphone taxes, data costs threaten $300 billion opportunity. Rising smartphone taxes and data costs threaten $300 billion opportunity. Look, the conversation on tax is one that we've been having for a while now, and I know that many Nigerians are also curious as to how this tax will really impact them. And on that note, that's why I'm also going to invite our audience or remind our audience that we also have what we call the tax aid here at Business Day, which gives you the tax digest column. You also get the tax calculator. You get the tax 360 podcast. You also get the tax confidential newsletters. All of this is happening on Business Day Premium. So you have an understanding. So you really have no reason to say you don't understand anything about these taxes,
Most definitely.
this new tax laws and whatnot, because we have a potpourri of different products for you. Speak of the tax digest column, speak of the tax calculator, the tax 360 podcast.
Right.
So the tax calculator, you can't find it anywhere else. You literally know how it would do the calculation of how much of your taxes will be taken
Right.
year in, month out. So that just gives you a clear understanding of how to factor in your expenses monthly, weekly, however the case may be. So here on Business Day Premium is where you get that. We're doing a 50% discount right now. So just tell our viewers to take advantage of it.
Most definitely, they need
Right.
to go there, take a good look at it, and also, hey, subscribe. We need more subscribers so that we can obviously be giving you guys great news, great information, and of course, more business tips. And which better way to do it if you guys don't start today with business?
Business Day, absolutely. The big story here, the one on foreign airlines defending dollar ticket sales and saying it's in line with agreement with federal government and all of that. The first paragraph says foreign airlines say that their continued sale of flight tickets in dollars is in line with existing agreements with the federal government and not an imposition on Nigerian travelers. This clarification follows growing criticism from travel agents who say that despite the federal government's clearance of trapped airline funds, some carriers still charge in dollars, thereby contravening Nigerian laws and worsening forex pressure and undermining the naira.
Well, what strikes me the most when it comes to that particular write-up is the fact that we have indications that the naira could be undermined, which is not going to be a good thing. Seeing that right now we're in the news for a whole lot of other stuff, I think whatever we need to do to make sure the naira does not decline or doesn't lose to the dollar, the better. And in the midst of all this global tension, not global tension, in the midst of this Trump threat to Nigeria, right? It will now have a lot of people. This might sound funny. It might have its own good side too, because people who are thinking, should we invest? Should we not invest? If they start looking at, wait a minute, for Trump to be quite interested in Nigeria, which means maybe we should call his bluff and go and invest in that country, and that will also strengthen our currency. So whatever needs to be done in the favor of our currency, that is 100% welcome. But hopefully, we don't want to see any more decline. Hence that story. I think it's if you read more into the details of it on that page, you'll probably get more. Hopefully, I'm waiting that you read more so that I can actually read more. But it's fine.
No. I'm actually not going to read more. Okay. Let's go on and talk about the story on page 27 that says the Nigerian professors earn far less than African peers. I think that this one hits home because why are we earning far less than our peers on the same continent?
Great question.
It says a lot about our economy. It says a lot about how much priority is given to education. It says a lot about why we continue to see what we call the jackpot syndrome, even within the continent, not only to the West. People keep moving. It says a lot, to why we have this brain drain. It says a lot to why we have the best hands leaving the shores of the country, because they will get respected and they will get value. They get paid their worth in other parts, because time is money. The time, what's the word? What you put in to become a professor is a lot.
Oh yeah, I had to become a professor.
So you should not be earning
and everything.
You shouldn't be earning
meager
salary. Do you want this to be a professor? That's why when people say random become a prof, I'm like, from where to where? Do you know the work that people have done to get there? You think it's just about titles.
And before you become a professor, you must first and foremost be an associate professor. And they'll watch you and see professor in the making.
Yes.
Another 5-10 years will pass.
Don't forget they would have done graduate assistant. They would have done what's that thing that they also do? Graduate lecturer. Like it's a long process. So why are they not earning. And it's worse that even in Nigeria, sometimes the professor's salary, I was pained when I found out that that's the same amount that in some companies, graduate trainees are earning. We're talking about 500 and the like.
So, to be very honest with you, I mean, all bets should be off when it comes to, right, paying those who actually are within the confines or the ambience of character and learning, those who are in charge of it. We should have no deliberation, just straight to the point, pay them and pay them well. However, the situation is quite unique in this wonderful country that has a flag of green, white, green, of which we are all proud of. But at some point, you ask us the question, are we truly proud of it? I will not speak ill of our nation, because our nation is a nation that we have. But having said so, can we see it as top priority? And if so, when are we going to start seeing it as top priority? Again, there are a lot of other factors that affect these things. That our professors are being underpaid compared to, or rather paid less compared to other, their peers in other countries, boils down to one thing, and one thing only: our economy. Your spending power, your borrowing power, and of course your integrity and your ability to be able to market your country. All these things matter. It might sound like a far cry, but there is some level of connectivity. Let me explain to you. If the nation's GDP, right, is doing very well, right, and we have less insecurity. Of course, we're going to have zero insecurity. Every country has its problem, but less insecurity. And we have lives of people being protected, and properties and businesses and livelihood are being protected. What will happen is that more investors will come in. More investors come in, right? The economy booms. We'll have less reason to go and borrow money. Because when we borrow money, we are going to end up doing what? Servicing that loan. And so our internally generated funds can now be used to make sure our professors are doing well. We'll now begin to look at other areas. Move from oil and gas. Oil and gas will no longer be on life support. Again, thanks to the man who's in the Lord's work, Dangote. We'll begin to have some breath of fresh air there. Then we'll begin to face agriculture full time. Agriculture begins to yield more funds. We begin to look at, areas of our new rare earth minerals, begin to generate funds from those areas. And with that now, we'll have no problem with paying these people well. The reason why I think, apart from the issue of corruption, which is a big deal, and don't tell me that, oh, may God help us. God has no business with corruption. It is a man-made problem. And so to deal with it, we need leaders and all look and crying in all across board that will call it as it is. If we can deal with those things, then the money we're generating, knowing that corruption will not make it lose weight, it will get to the destination. Knowing that ASU will say what they will do and do what they will say, and not collect peanuts and say, okay, we'll come back next 6 months for another strike again. No. Give us a border of all strikes. Federal government will bow, give you your money, and set up a particular flow in which, from a particular channel in our economy, money is going straight up for the payment of professors who are actually accredited. Don't forget, you have professors who might not be within the system. You have other ones who are within the system. The ones that the federal government knows very well, and they are within the list, pay them well. Give them everything they need to be given. This way, they will have no business saying we are going outside to become consultants, or we'll not see headlines of professors in Ghana, professors in South Africa.
And just to give a little bit more perspective and give our viewers more tea into the story, actually, we're not just paid less. Our professors are not just paid less. I've been saying we, like I'm a professor. Our professors are not just paid less. They are earning 13 times lesser. Not just, so we're not talking about 2 times lesser, 3 times lesser.
There's a huge margin.
The margin, the gap is wide. It's massive, 13 times lesser. Now, to give a bit more detail, recent data comparing academic salaries across African countries shows that Nigeria ranks amongst the lowest on the continent, with professors earning an average of just $366.6, which is about $550,000 monthly. I mentioned that. And this is a salary where in some companies right here in Nigeria, that's a graduate trainee salary. And that's a story for another day, really. That's a story for another day. Now, according to ASU salaries summaries and media reports, the figure that pales in comparison to other counterparts in South Africa. South Africa professors earn about $4,800
in a month.
Uganda professors earn around $1,166 monthly. Now look at us, $366 in comparison to 4,000. Not 1,000 though. That's for South Africa, 4,800. Now I'm mentioning Uganda, which is supposedly not as rich a country. What child of Africa? 1,166. Now, this report went further to now detail even the smaller countries that don't even have as much resource, as much in terms of people, revenue. Now, Ghana is at $720. Lesotho is at $834.
Lesotho is a small country compared
exactly. To Malawi is at $374, even though we are at 366. But should we be in comparison with Malawi?
And guess
what? Malawi is even still higher, even at that.
Plus the economy is not as,
as strong
as okay, yes, as strong as ours. I use that word again, but they are not also impoverished, right? So that also gives them more, you use your money and use your money well. Your money doesn't go into areas that will be servicing issues that are not caused by you, rather caused by the government, because again, the differences, like we have seen it there in those breakdown and numbers, makes you want to rethink. If you have a master's, we both have masters, and we're thinking, so Valentine, you have a master's. Lizzie, you have a master's. Would you want to do a PhD here? After that, would you still want to go ahead to become a professor? Right? Because I want to be a professor one day, mass communication or whatever, to a different, whatever it is. But let's be honest, at the end of the day, will I want to say that I'll be comfortable moving forward by any amount of money, and we don't see it increase at the moment?
Even Seychelles is at $1,538. So it's the comparison. It's mind-boggling. You know what's interesting? I mentioned that Malawi is at $374. That's not for professors. It's for regular lecturers.
Oh my
goodness. The 374 that I was mentioning, it's not even for their professors. It's for regular lecturers. I'm also seeing that in a year, so annually, a South African professor will go on with 58,000. Are you listening? Not five. $58,044. While a Nigerian professor will go home annually with 4,400. It's still less than what a South African professor will get in a month. Because a month for a South African professor is 4,800.
Right.
While in a year, a Nigerian professor will go with 4,400.
So what this means is that, do we now make education and salary is different, but education as a whole a priority over security? I mentioned three things. This begs that question now. But if you look at it, if we say we want to pay our lecturers, when you convert the money, let them say at least $1,000 every month from professor level. Then maybe if you're a doctor and if you have a PhD, maybe $750 dollars every month. Then just like that, according to the hierarchy. But however, to do that means to designate more funds into those areas. So the question now is, judging the position that we are in our country, what sector is the most important? Which major, I wouldn't want to use the word triangle now, but which major, the number one thing to tackle? I would say this. If you have sick people, you cannot have security personnel, because if a personnel is sick, he cannot defend the territorial waters and integrity based on our landmass, the landmark or borders of Nigeria. So they must be well, strong, and hearty. Meaning to say that amongst everything, for security to be dealt with and for us to have almost zero insecurity, we need to tackle healthcare first, which is the most important thing. I tell you, without even missing words, education should come in number 4. Number 1 is healthcare. Number 2, food security. Then number 3, the actual security itself. Oh, I take back my words. Number 1, health. Second, insecurity as our problem. Deal with that one first. And then obviously to trickle down to other things like, food, because a man who has eaten is the one that can go and study, go to university and study like that, So it is healthcare. Nigerian security based on our borders, based on lives and livelihood. Then, of course, food and everything comes through. Or maybe you want to say food first, like I said, so food second, then other security issues, then it goes down to education, then other ones as the case may be. But if we don't tackle healthcare, it's a big issue. It's unfortunate, but one has to say it. Corruption has now moved into the healthcare sector. Private hospitals are now telling some people lies. We have a lot of issues surrounding misdiagnosis. Our government hospitals sometimes will be overwhelmed. I'm not saying all. I'm saying some hospitals, not all. Why have we mentioned all this? Is that if we do not tackle those areas, because the health sector is supposed to be seen as so sacred and so, far away from anything that has to do with corruption. This way, someone can trust you. That is what I think. Now, it's my thought. Those at home have different ideas.
Yeah, very quickly, let's go on and see what we have on the Vanguard. The Vanguard. You want to see the Vanguard? Okay, let's see what we have on the Vanguard.
Okay. So very quickly, it says here, at the very top, it says, top banks record 4.1 trillion naira profit in 9 months. Top banks record 4.9 trillion profit in 9 months. Then on the very top left, it says, alleged terrorism. I have no case to answer. Let me go, says Kanu.
I like how you said it out.
I have no case to answer. Let me go. Kanu says so. All right. Middle top says, it says strike. We have met ASU's demand. FG.
Have they met it?
Great question.
What do they mean?
So when they say they met ASU's demand, it could be ASU, go home, we've heard you, we'll respond. But have they actually responded? You see, politics is a very, very strange and dirty game. However, it is still far better than, like they say, not having a nation at all. I can go on and on and on. Every family has politics in it, let alone the nation. But having said so, it is a political statement to make ASU, put them on the rest a little bit so we can tidy the major issue that is on ground right now, which is insecurity.
I'm just curious to know what they mean by they've met ASU's demand.
You can find out on page 8, page 8 of the Vanguard, you can see why FG says that they've met ASU's demand. Or do we read through it?
Maybe very briefly.
Very briefly.
We can
All
just
right.
see what
it says page 8, they've met ASU's demand. Interestingly, in meeting ASU's demand, does it
have
mean
they paid?
That's my point. Have they paid? Let's see. It says, strike. We have literally met ASU's demand, FG says. And over here it says, as Education Minister meets Tinubu for more, concessions, it says, no 4-week ultimatum from tertiary institutions unions. It says Abuja, of course, in Abuja, the federal government said yesterday it has literally met the demands of academic staff union of universities, ASU, claiming the last strike embarked upon by the union was justified. However, the Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, who disclosed this to the State House correspondents after meeting behind closed doors with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the Presidential Villa Abuja, said his visit to the president was to explain where the ministers, explain that the ministers was with ASU strike and to extract more consensus from him. Now, for me, this first paragraph, I don't want to even read more. I think it's just, talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Have they given them money? Is what we want to hear. I'm looking at the remaining part of the story here. Down here, let me just take the last part. It says, this NLC responding. So I think if the money has been given, it will be the headline of our whole thing.
It was not supposed to just be a
They put a bandage over the wound.
Right. Is
and
this
not
supposed to
treat
just
it.
be a declaration that we don't understand? It's for us to now make an
Again.
understanding of it. But let's move on.
Let's
and
move
hear
on.
another
Let's move
story.
on. So here it says, court clears PDP to hold national convention. Court clears PDP to hold national convention in Ibadan. Then very quickly, the major writer here says, or rather the major headline here says, again, Trump.
We'll keep seeing Trump in our
Why we reject U.S. threat on Nigeria?
China is coming. It is looking like, you know, when a family is fighting,
Right.
The senior brother that obviously is the most respected, right? And then there's also that other senior sister
that comes
who
at this
is
waiting.
influential as well. And it's like, no, I have to weigh in here, right? You're not going to do that to Valley. You're not going to do that to Lizzie.
bully Valentine.
Yes, you're not going to do that.
You know.
And they're proving to be that. But we hope that this is where your favorite proverb should come in. I'm shocked that you've not used it. This is where two elephants fight. The grass suffers. Let Nigeria not suffer.
You know. So what I think is simple. For China to have come, like I said before, it was about time. This kind of thing, you don't linger. I mean, when Trump says something, take it seriously. Even if he doesn't pull through with it, right? We better still know what to find out if he's bluffing or not. So China stepping in, China has invested billions and trillions in Nigeria. Can you imagine the catastrophic end if, Trump's threat is pulled through and China sits back? I don't think China could have done that. So China has responded very quickly. It says, why would reject U.S. threat on Nigeria? Very good enough. For me, it simply means, look, double standard moving on. China's yet to go and they're yet to say more things, because for them to have said this, right, they're still going to move on to mention a lot of other critical issues that is going on with America. No, tell America, look, face your country first. Deal with your issues first before you come to a sovereignty that hasn't invited you for, invited you to come and help them solve their problems. At least give Nigeria government the benefit of the doubt to say, let's invite you to come in, but we haven't invited you. Can we please respect the sovereignty?
Yep.
As much as we don't want any more killings of either Christians or Muslims, can we also say respect is give and take? And should it be reciprocal? This is where we'll see it. All right, so again, why we reject U.S. threat on Nigeria, says China. And down here it says, U.S. lawmakers blast Trump, says threatening military actions against Nigeria irresponsible. You see? Even the lawmakers in U.S. have said it's an irresponsible act to say you want to threaten Nigeria. Nigeria is not an extension of the United States. I'm almost talking like a world leader.
I mean, you're a world leader. You're right.
Who knows? You can never tell. Tomorrow is always pregnant, like they say. So yeah, it says U.S. lawmakers blast Trump. Says threatening military actions against Nigeria is irresponsible. It says reckless also. It says religious extremists plotting to divide Nigeria. FG raises alarm. Very important. The Nigerian government has raised alarm that, look, some certain religious extremists. Now, he didn't just say some certain Islamic extremists. He said religious, meant to say both Christians, Muslims, traditional, whatever it is, or those who are those who are not aligned in any other area. The fact that we have issues of extremists, and he has said it's a religious extremist. It's religious extremists are the ones causing these things. That they're plotting to divide Nigeria, it will not work. FG raises alarm, saying that, look, everybody be watchful. And over here it says, insist no genocide against Christians.
Yeah.
Again, it also says Senate to discuss Trump's comments with executive arm.
Right.
We hope that discussion comes out with something unique.
Right. Let's skim and see what we have on the front page of the Guardian as well this morning. The big story on the front page of the Guardian paper this morning on page 6 says Senate probes rail derailment as new loans, contracts, debts cause stir. On page 9 of the papers this morning said Dambazao blames police for Boko Haram insurgency. On page 8 of the papers this morning, Tinubu declares emergency in police training institutions. Page 6 of the papers this morning says Trump's threat EU, ECOWAS, China back Nigeria.
There we go.
As Senate moves to liaise with federal government.
There we go.
Interesting. This is great. Page 8 says, court gives Kano till tomorrow, which is, tomorrow is Thursday, November, is it 5th? No,
It's the
6th.
6th. Today's
Yes,
the
to defend terrorism charges or waive rights. That's on page 8 of the papers this morning. Page 8 still says, Police Commission warns against malfeasance in Anambra polls. Page 22 of the papers this morning, the business page says, investors unsettled lose 858 billion naira in market sell-off on NGX. PDP secures court order to proceed with national convention. On page 4 of the papers this morning, still on page 4 of the paper of the Guardian paper this morning, says, troops rebel Boko Haram attack in Borno and kill terrorists. Page 5, the fascinating one says, federal government orders varsities and others to publish yearly financial report from Q1. That would be a good way to hold them accountable. Well, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning, just while we wrap up. See if we have something interesting on the cartoon this morning. It's always a very good way for us to
most definitely
to wrap up. I did catch a wind of the cartoon. Yes, as expected. Val.
This is like the most interesting cartoon I've seen in a while. Right. I mean, so does this now simply mean that Trump is playing a game of put them on their toes? Because he looks so much like it. I mean, even
why is he flying in the air though?
So it's not flying in the air. It's
What's
just the different position in which the creative work is, so that we can see everybody's face.
Right. So it's looking like like we say in Nigeria, put fire on the bomb.
Exactly.
So it's putting fire on the president's bomb.
Yes.
And that fire is now making the president to put
more fire
on
behind our military.
Is that the military?
Yes, that's what it is.
Then the military is putting fire on.
Is now chasing the bandits and chasing the terrorists.
Interesting. If that's it, then it is what it is. It's a good thing in that case. But this is quite interesting. I like it.
But just to add to that very quickly, remember I mentioned that EU had mentioned something about it, and thank God you also says, let me say that part where it says EU, ECOWAS, China, back Nigeria. Let's see how that plays out.
We'll leave you here today on the Front Paper Review. Up next is the Business Morning with Deborah Eze. Do stay with us. Keep watching BDTV.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome to the Business Morning segment on The Breakfast Show, right here on Business Day Television. We are live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for businesses and the economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. President Bola Tinubu has asked the Senate to approve a 1.15 trillion naira loan from the domestic debt market to close the funding gap in the 59.9 trillion naira 2025 budget. The request was contained in a letter to the upper legislative chamber, which was read during Tuesday's plenary by Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Tinubu explained that the proposed borrowing became necessary following a 5.25 trillion naira increase by the National Assembly in the 2025 budget, which expanded the spending plan from 49.74 trillion naira to 59.9 trillion naira, thereby creating an unfunded deficit of about 1.947 trillion naira. Following the presentation of the letter, the Senate referred the President's request to its Committee on Local and Foreign Debt for further consideration and directed it to report back within 1 week. And moving on, the Naira on Tuesday recovered from Monday's losses as the foreign exchange market shrugged off the impact of sentiment from remarks made by the U.S. President Donald Trump in Nigeria. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the Naira appreciated to 1,433 naira 65 kobo per dollar during intra-trade trading, gaining 0.2% compared to 1,436.34 quoted the previous day at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. According to reports, the market had calmed as initial fears over the possible implications of Trump's remark faded. The local currency also maintained relative stability in the unofficial foreign exchange market despite Trump's weakened threat of military action against Nigeria, as traders in major cities reported that the naira traded at similar levels to Monday, showing no significant volatility despite earlier external pressure. And still on, the National Economic Council Committee on the Overhaul of Security Training Institutions on Tuesday began an on-the-spot assessment of police training facilities in Lagos, declaring the effort a crucial step towards achieving President Bola Tinubu's ambition of building a $1 trillion economy by 2030. The ad hoc committee, chaired by Enugu State Governor Peter Mba, visited the police college Ikeja, where he described the state of infrastructure as consistent with what the president had already recognized as the urgent need to restore pride, professionalism, and confidence to Nigeria's security services. The governor emphasized that the committee was treating the exercise as an emergency intervention, insisting that the president saw it as an emergency. The committee was reportedly constituted on October 23rd under Tinubu's directive and given 30 days to submit a report to NEC detailing cost estimates and plans for upgrading all police and security training institutions across the country. And to end the news, China has urged restraint and dialogue following Donald Trump's threat of military action in Nigeria over alleged persecution of Christians, warning against the use of religion or human rights as pretext for interference in other nations' internal affairs. According to reports, this development comes as Beijing reaffirmed its firm support for Nigerian government, calling on Washington to respect national sovereignty and avoid interference under the pretext of religion or human rights. At a press briefing in Beijing, Nao Ming, Foreign Ministry spokesperson, said China stood firmly with Nigeria as a comprehensive strategic partner, stressing that every country must be free to choose its own development path based on its national realities. Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also dismissed Trump's allegation as inconsistent with fact, affirming that the country remains committed to combating violent extremism, protecting all citizens against all religion, promoting inclusiveness, and upholding the rules-based international order. And still to come after the break, elderly health care in Nigeria. We're going to be looking at the challenges and also the prospects. To stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move on to our first conversation this morning. Today we are focusing on a critical but often overlooked aspect of public health. That's the elderly healthcare in Nigeria. As the country's population gradually ages, concerns around healthcare access, affordability, and quality for senior citizens are coming to the forefront. From limited geriatric facilities to inadequate social support systems and rising out-of-pocket expenses, older Nigerians face significant challenges in maintaining their health and well-being. Yet, this growing demographic also presents opportunities for policymakers to strengthen healthcare system, for investors to explore new segments in medical services and insurance, and for society to rethink how we care for our aging population. To discuss the challenges and prospects of elderly healthcare in Nigeria, we're being joined by Dr. Toyin Akonde Ajala. She's the founder, medical director, JBS Gerontology Center. Did I get that correctly?
You got that right.
Oh, okay. It's good to have you, Dr. Toyin, on Business Morning. All right. Before the show, I was mentioning that every other aspect of healthcare is always talked about, but not the elderly healthcare. So tell us, how would you describe the current state of the elderly healthcare in Nigeria?
So I think, like you've rightly said there hasn't been that much emphasis on elderly healthcare because traditionally Nigeria is seen to have a young population. So for decades, the focus has been on child health. Even all the public health policies have been around child and maternal health mainly, and not much about elderly health care and elderly social care. But the time has come when that has to change because the population of Nigeria is actually aging. So the life expectancy has risen on the world scale, even though there's still talk about us having a very low life expectancy. But whether we like it or not, the aging population in Nigeria is going to triple over the next few years. So by 2050, we're going to have an aging population here, which is going to be more than the aging population in the UK. So, we've got to sit up and, smell the coffee and get to work, otherwise someone like me, by the time I'm 80, if we don't make any changes now, there won't be anyone like me to look after me. So it's a priority.
Talk to us about the pressing health challenges that have to do with this elderly, that facing the elderly healthcare in Nigeria today. Why is it so? Why don't we have the awareness as much as we should?
I think, like I said before, there's just been this traditional, should I say narrative around Nigeria. It is true, we do have a young population. The majority of Nigerians are under 18 years of age. So there hasn't been that focus. And then apart from that, we've always had this belief that, the elderly are looked after by the family. Government hasn't ever really needed to be involved. But that has changed. And it has been changing for decades. We knew it was changing because of urbanization. People moving from rural areas to the cities to go and look for work, and the structure, because in terms of economics, it's hard. It's really difficult. So you have someone who has a young family and also has aging parents. We call those people the sandwich generation. The people that use healthcare the most worldwide is the aging population, people over the age of 60. They're the ones that need healthcare. They're the ones who have heart disease, diabetes, cancer. So they're the ones that need healthcare, and it is starting to come to the fore in Nigeria as well. Yes.
All right, now we mentioned that the government really did not see any need to want to, lay focus when it comes to the elderly because of the tradition that comes with it. Now let's talk about awareness and advocacy. Now, don't you think there's actually, if the government can do it, don't you think there's need for public awareness? Or do you think there is enough public awareness when it comes to the elderly care?
There is no public awareness. I mean, the public awareness that there is very limited, and it's only recently started. Because I remember when I came to Nigeria in 2018, people didn't understand who I was. I was like, I'm a geriatrician. They couldn't even pronounce it. You pronounce gerontology very well now. But, people were like, Jerry what? You know, they didn't quite understand what all of that meant. But we, you know, there was tried to do a bit of, you know, push and education. And I must say that over the past 7 years, I have started to see that change. I'm very happy about it. People are aware of the need for elderly healthcare. People are aware of the challenges. Dementia, which is one of the syndromes that affects elderly people, it is prevalent in Nigeria. You know, frailty. And like I said, it's really the elderly that need that health care. They're the ones who visit the hospital the most, you know, and they don't tend to go to hospital once and then never go back again. They go back and keep going back. And the economics of that is vast. You know, it's huge.
All right. Speaking about awareness, you're sponsoring a work. It's a sponsored work. Now tell us briefly about it. I really want to know the motivation around it. I understand that, you know, you already know that we don't have much awareness there, but what is the motivation around that elderly healthcare sponsored work?
So I'm going to give you a bit of a boring story around that, because when I first came to Nigeria in 2018, I came because I could see a need. I could see it, you know, when I was doing my training in geriatric medicine. So the need was for that healthcare. So I came to set up an elderly healthcare service. And, you know, once you put that out, you start to get calls from other people about elderly people who just can't afford much. So I started getting calls about elderly women who were found wandering the streets and people who needed help, who didn't have family help. At that point, 2019, I believe, I knew that we had to start a charity, a foundation that would do what it could to cater for the underprivileged elderly. So we set up the JBS Elderly Care Foundation Africa, and we launched an Adopt a Grant program trying to raise awareness and raise funds for the underprivileged elderly people. You know, we have been looking after hundreds of underprivileged elderly people across mainly Southwest Nigeria, Kaduna, Abuja as well. And that was where this walk, we had the first sponsored walk in 2022, March 2022. And it was great. You know, we were able to raise a lot of awareness and raise funds to, you know, help to look after these underprivileged elderly people. And we just need to reignite that awareness. We need to bring elderly healthcare, and the fact that there are a lot of elderly people in this country who do not have any support. They do not have the finances for even basic health care. So as a foundation, what we do is we try to give as much as we can to these people. You know, we distribute food, you know, clean water, facilities, clothing, and we do basic health checks. We do give them basic medication. So this work is to raise awareness about that and to also raise funds for all that work.
Right. It's really, you organizing this is really motivating. But do you want us to send any kind of message to the policymakers? Because at the end of the day, private individuals cannot do it alone. So do you think this is going to like send a message?
I hope so. I mean, we're doing this in Lagos. You know, Lagos State is the progressive state, isn't it? You know, so, you know, lots of projects, lots of awareness being raised in Lagos State, lots of things being implemented. And we have the first private geriatrics hospital. So, you know, the walk is on the 15th of November. And of course, we welcome people to join us. We'll be starting from JBS Gerontology Center in Lekki, in Lagos. And I'm hoping that, you know, we've got some eminent people who'll be joining us there. The patron of our foundation is the First Lady of Ogun State. She is a philanthropist extraordinaire. And, you know, we're really hoping that we'll get people from not just the private sector, but from government and the public sector joining us as well, and, you know, just engaging to see what we can do, you know, for this group of people.
So let's look at the way forward. What do you think is going to be the practicable or practical steps to make sure that the elderly healthcare is sustainable in Nigeria, and it's the way we have like pediatric hospitals.
Yeah.
We can actually have that. What practical steps do you think we can take?
So we need funding. I mean, private organizations can do it. The government also needs to step in. One of the problems we have in Nigeria is a lack of geriatric specialists. So I'm a geriatrician. I was trained in the UK. As of today, we've got 11 practicing geriatricians for a population of 220 million people. And this is for a population where the life expectancy is rising. The population is aging. It's slow, but it is steady. And, we just need more geriatricians like myself. We need more facilities like the Gerontology Center, JBS Gerontology Center. We need more funding. We need for the government to actually invest, in bringing people like me back from the diaspora, and yes, training people here as well to do this work.
All right. So what's your long-term vision for elderly healthcare in Nigeria, and do you think that vision is possible?
I think it's possible.
Okay.
I know it's possible because right now, because of the demand for elderly healthcare services, I know it is possible. I foresee within the next 20 years that every single state in Nigeria is going to have a geriatrics hospital or a gerontology center, or, I foresee that. And I also foresee that we're going to have many more geriatric specialists in Nigeria, geriatric health
So the long-term vision is we're going to have many geriatrician and more hospitals where they can actually cater for the elderly.
Yes.
I must say it's a very beautiful initiative, and it's really good if we have more people like you who are actually like preaching this aspect of medicine. It was really good to have you on the show, Dr. Tony.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. You're still watching Business Money. We just had Dr. Tony Akonde Ajala. She's the founder, medical director of JBS Gerontology Center. Still to come after the break, sustainability, ESG, and business strategy in Nigeria. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oludebi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Lagos is a city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omieko project, a €410 million plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union and the European Investment Bank, the Omieko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omieko, a blueprint for the future. Omieko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our omnibus fleet into very modern ferries. We had to say ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center, is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omieko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omieko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for BusinessDay Television.
Hello viewers and welcome to Today in History, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on November 5th.
On this day in 2024, Donald Trump won the US presidential election, defeating Kamala Harris. He became the first convicted felon to be elected to the office and the second president to win a second non-consecutive term. The second Donald Trump presidency began on January 20th, 2025, marking his return as the 47th US president. The first 100 days, ending April 30th, 2025, served as a key benchmark of early success. During this period, Trump issued 143 executive orders, more than any previous president. He also signed 42 proclamations, 42 memorandums, and several major laws, including the Larkin-Riley Act. His heavy reliance on executive power drew mixed reactions and several legal challenges. Key focuses included immigration reform, tariffs, spending cuts, and non-interventionist foreign policy. On April 2nd, 2025, President Trump imposed a minimum 10% tariff on all US imports, with higher rates 11 to 50% on goods from over 57 countries. The Penn-Wharton budget model, also known as PWBM, projects these tariffs will reduce long-term US GDP by about 6% and wages by 5%, causing a $22,000 lifetime loss for a typical middle-income household.
And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on Business Day Television. I am Norma Obona. See you tomorrow.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are knowing of businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited and all because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the South-South region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it is going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Money and you're right in time for the second conversation. We turn our attention to a growing priority in the corporate world, sustainability, ESG, and business strategy in Nigeria. As global investors, regulators, and consumers increasingly demand responsible business practices, Nigerian firms are being challenged by integrate environmental, social, and governance principles into their operations. From reducing carbon footprint to improving transparency and corporate governance, companies are recognizing that sustainability isn't about compliance. It's about long-term value creation and competitiveness. So, how are Nigerian businesses responding to this global shift? What are the challenges, opportunities, and strategic implications of embedding ESG into core business models? Joining us to discuss this is Dr. Goodluck Norum. He's the Director, Center for Data Analytics and Simulation, Caleb University, Nigeria. Good morning, Dr. Goodluck. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's start with the basis. How would you define ESG in the Nigerian business context?
All right, so thank you. When you talk about ESG, which implies environmental, social, and governance, it's seen as a framework through which businesses are supposed to operate, and not just to operate, but to act responsibly and sustainably. Now, looking at that from the Nigerian context, it is observed that businesses are not just looking at it, although a lot of businesses are looking at it as a form of compliance, all right? However, on the basis of that, it is more about acting responsibly rather than just remaining compliant as far as the ESG framework is concerned. So on that note, from the Nigerian business context, it helps businesses to be able to balance profits with purpose, showing that as much as possible, they are accountable for whatever it is that they are doing, not just to their shareholders, but also to other stakeholders, including the communities, as well as employees that, that they work with, as well as to the planet in general.
All right, why do you think ESG has become such a key part of business strategy globally and locally?
when you look at the business landscape after a period, the factors begin to shift, begin to change. If so many years ago, the idea of ESG wasn't really an issue. It wasn't really an issue of concern. But looking at what is happening lately, it has really become an issue of concern. From a global perspective, you find out that investors, consumers, and even regulators are, as much as possible, demanding more in terms of performance. And this more is more than just financial performance. They want to be able to see evidence as much as possible that businesses and companies are thinking, long term and not just necessarily about, interim performance. So they want to see that through ESG, all right, that businesses are increasingly understanding how to mitigate risks, how to attract investment, and how to strengthen brand reputation. So ESG has become a key part of business strategy, all right, both globally and locally, because it helps those businesses that adopt them to be able to attract the right investment. Some investors will not want to even work with your business if you are not ESG compliant. They will not want to work with you if for any reason they will not want to put their money in your business if they see that you are not acting sustainably in your practices. All right. So as much as possible, companies that are ignoring the ESG practices and framework are likely going to face issues of operational, legal, and reputational challenges. And so from a practical point of view, ESG has moved from just being an optional framework that is just there for compliance sake to becoming strategic that businesses must leverage on if they want to remain operational and competitive.
So, do you really think Nigerian companies are truly embracing sustainability, or is this still largely a box ticking exercise?
I will tell you this. Many Nigerian organizations, businesses are just seeing ESG as more of, like you rightly asked, more of ticking the box. They are just trying to be compliant and not necessarily acting right responsibly. And the reason for this is, simple. As much as possible, they might see it from the angle of cost cutting. Okay, so they want to cut costs as much as possible, and so they just want to do little or commit little efforts into the act of embracing ESG practices. So for many, it is more like a ticking the box exercise, all right, trying to just produce reports because regulators demand it or because investors ask for them. So they try to put something together to appear compliant rather than following up with the ESG practice as it should be.
Move our focus to adoption and implementation. So what sectors in Nigeria are leading the way in integrating sustainability and the ESG principles?
While it is observable that it is not all Nigerian organizations that are actually buying into the ESG ideology, but there are some firms in certain sectors that are actually setting the pace. You can see some of these in the energy sector as well as in the financial services sector. Let's look at the banks, for example. Many banks have tried as much as possible to integrate ESG practices and ideology into some of their lending and investment decisions. So as much as possible, because they have to disclose, it is part of the reporting standards that there has to be some sort of environmental disclosure of whatever it is that they are doing to comply with sustainability. So as much as possible, they have found a way to integrate that into their lending and investment decisions. And then the telecoms sector as well, few organizations in the telecom sector are actually doing what they could and what they can to adopt ESG principle. And Another angle to look at it from is from the triple bottom line. That is the people, planet, profit. All right. So as much as possible, some organizations in Nigeria, especially in the banking and in the energy sector, are trying to remain compliant in adopting all of these ESG practices. But we still see that firms in the agricultural sector and some firms in the manufacturing sector are still struggling with this compliance, are still struggling with adopting it. However, ESG is a good practice and every organization, as much as possible, should imbibe it.
The biggest barriers that are preventing wider ESG adoption, do you think it is cost or lack of policy support or maybe limited awareness?
These three factors, these three considerations are key. When it comes to the area of cost as a barrier to adopt ESG, some small businesses actually see it as extra cost on their own part, to implement ESG principles and practices. That's on one side. And then on the regulatory side, there is an issue of lack of proper policy support for businesses to be able to imbibe certain practices. There has to be policy support, making it critical and intricate for businesses as much as possible to adopt it. And then limited awareness is also a cause of concern. However, there's a recent policy by the National University Commission that one of the courses that must be taught in the university is green management. I teach it, I taught it last semester to my students. And so gradually we have started introducing the idea of ESG, triple bottom line principle to our students, making them understand that it is not just enough for businesses to say they are compliant. They have to imbibe the principles and policies properly. So our limited awareness is a challenge, and we are trying our own best in complying with NUC, National Universities Commission, to begin to introduce these practices to our students. But more needs to be done on the corporate side, on the business side, so that small businesses that probably are not aware of some of these ESG practices will see it as a good way to go.
So now let's turn our focus to policy, regulation, and also investment. How effective have government policies or regulatory frameworks been in driving ESG compliance and reporting in Nigeria?
To be very honest, government efforts in trying to ensure that there are proper regulatory drives towards ESG compliance is still in its infancy stage, all right? There are initiatives, okay, that, for example, there is the Nigerian Sustainable Banking Principles and Reporting Guidelines that listed companies have to follow through. But the problem is that enforcement is not consistent. Yes, it is there in principle, but in practice, compliance is a challenge. So government actually, the government is not doing enough to see that this policy and these frameworks are actually adopted. So there has to be a lot of drive, there has to be a lot of push from the government to ensure that these regulations are properly implemented and that businesses are complying with it, not just for compliance sake, but because it is a core practice. In other countries, First Nation countries, you find out that companies who fail to comply with ESG principles at times have to pay a huge fine. They have to face court, they have to face litigations, they have to pay a huge fine for failing to adopt or imbibe ESG practices. However, in Nigeria, government efforts, like I said earlier, is still at its infancy, and as much as possible, a lot has to be done to incentivize the real ESG adoption, rather than just seeing it as mere compliance or reporting.
All right, let's look at the future of ESG in business strategy. How do you think small and medium enterprises, often constrained by resources, how can they adopt these sustainable practices without having to jeopardize profitability?
Profitability is key as far as small businesses are concerned. In fact, every business, but with a focus on SMEs, they just have to understand that they don't need to bite more than they can chew. So as much as possible, they can start small. And how can they start small? Of course, they need to have a policy document on ESG first. Now, having these policy documents, they need to also look at this policy document has to be in line with whatever policy is available as far as ESG is concerned for SMEs. Now, they need to start small. Starting small, they need to focus first on energy efficiency. So they need to find a way to switch to renewable energy. They need to find a way to switch to practices that helps to conserve energy rather than waste it. They can also start by focusing on waste reduction. They can start by having a fair treatment of employees, that is looking at the diversity and inclusion initiative, because that's also part of the ESG framework. So they need to look at fair treatment of employees, and they can start small also by looking at ethical sourcing. So how do they source for their raw material? From what location? How are these raw materials transported? What are they made of? Are they made of materials that are renewable? Are they made of materials that are recyclable? So that as much as possible, from this little perspective, this little aspect, they can be able to see themselves gradually getting into buying into the idea of ESG. That's on one part. They can also leverage on partnerships. They can look for organizations or firms that offer grants, and then they can look at technology solutions as much as possible that can help them to reduce cost. So for SMEs, ESG mustn't be that expensive. All they just need to do is they just need to be strategic in their prioritization, and this will, as much as possible, help them to come into the sphere of adopting ESG practices.
What role do you think innovation or technology play in driving these sustainable business models?
Innovation is key. In fact, it is central. Why is it central? Looking at it from renewable energy solutions to artificial intelligence, all right, driving the supply chain process. Looking at it from the angle of optimization as much as possible. Innovation, especially from the angle of technology, allows firms, allows companies as much as possible to reduce their environmental impact and as well as improve social outcomes. And all of these they do while ensuring that profit is met as much as possible. So innovation is not just about bringing in new products, it's about ensuring that the process through which these products are brought into the market, into the business place, are transparent. There has to be data transparency. There has to be smart decision making. And all of these, at the long run, can make a business to be sustainable and sustainably profitable. So from this angle, innovation is key. Innovation is what drives a lot of these processes. So it's not just about products, but it's about ensuring that the process through which these products are produced are efficient and transparent enough. And so it helps firms to be profitable rather than seeing themselves as running at too much cost.
So finally, Dr. Goodluck, what does the future of ESG and sustainability look like in Nigeria over the next decade?
Looking at it from the angle of the next decade, ESG is going to be a mainstream discussion, because the average Nigerian consumer is becoming green conscious, right? They are becoming conscious of their health. They are becoming conscious of their money and whatever processes. So as much as possible, if firms are not imbibing in the ESG practices, they are going to be running at a loss, because consumers, through regulation and through preference, may not want to go for products that are not environmentally friendly. No matter how cheap or no matter how less expensive they may appear, consumers will not want to go for such product, because they see it as harmful to their health. So as much as possible, companies that integrate ESG are going to be able to attract investors. They are going to be able to attract a lot of good talents that will help their businesses thrive. And above all, they are going to enjoy customer loyalty, because customers who perceive a company as being environmentally friendly or ESG conscious are going to remain with that, customers remain with that company for a very, very long time. So a lot of stronger frameworks will come up on how ESG should be practiced, and there will be a lot of cross-fertilization of ideas, looking at what has worked or what works in other countries to see how it can be adapted to the Nigerian environment. There is going to be a lot of partnerships, especially the area of public-private partnerships. As far as ESG is concerned, there will be a lot of leverage in the area of technology solutions to drive ESG compliance. So ESG, as much as possible, will move from on the sidelines, like we have seen currently, into becoming a core business strategy, thus making Nigerian businesses to become more resilient, to become more competitive, and not just to operate locally, but to become globally relevant.
Thank you so much for your insight, Dr. Goodluck Nurum. It was really good to have you on Business Morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at elderly healthcare in Nigeria, the challenges and the prospects, and also sustainability, ESG, and business strategy in Nigeria. Now, before we go, as usual, I'm going to give my take on one of the conversation, that is the elderly healthcare in Nigeria, looking at the challenges and the prospect. You know, we often say that old age is a blessing, but in Nigeria, it's becoming harder and harder for many to enjoy that blessing in good health. Our parents, our grandparents, who spent their younger years building families, communities, and even this nation, are now facing a healthcare system that seems to have forgotten them. Hospitals without geriatric care, rising drug prices, and no real social support for those who can no longer work. That's the reality of too many elderly Nigerians today. And yet, the irony is that aging is one thing we all have in common, if we're lucky enough to get there. This is why elderly healthcare deserves more than sympathy. It deserves strategy, investment in specialized care, affordable insurance, and also community-based support that can turn these challenges into an opportunity for also business, for policy, and for humanity. Because how we care for our elderly says a lot about the kind of society we are and the kind we hope to become. Now, the Breakfast Show continues with a big story. After this break, I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourself a big morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's been a dramatic start to the week for Nigeria's markets as stocks lost over 247 billion naira. Eurobonds plunged and the naira fell sharply after former United States President President Trump threatened to invade Nigeria over alleged killings of Christians. But beyond the panic on the trading floor, how deep does this go? Could one man's words shake venture capital confidence? Could it slow startup funding and unsettle foreign investors already watching Nigeria closely? Well, those are the questions we have this morning. And joining me to break this down is Chigozie Nwakama, as a venture capital correspondent at Techabal, and he closely tracks Africa's startup and investment landscape. Welcome to the show, Chigozie.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Nice to have you.
Nice for you to be here this morning. Let's really begin with the big picture. How significant was the market reaction we saw this week, and what exactly could have triggered the sell-off that we've seen?
Okay, so just looking at it, like you mentioned in your opening, over the weekend, the U.S. President Donald Trump sort of threatened military action against Nigeria, and that triggered sort of a cascade of events over the weekend. What we saw from yesterday was that a lot of investors ended up selling off their positions in Nigeria. For example, Nigeria sovereign bonds were one of several emerging market losses on the day. We had, I think, the naira fell, or the bonds fell to approximately 88 cents on the dollar at some point, which made Nigeria one of the worst performing emerging market bonds on that day. The naira also depreciated by about 1%. Doesn't look like a significant drop, but it's still significant enough. Locally, it seems that the black market held its own, but on the Eurobonds as well, we're impacted. So, I mean, what we've seen is a mixture of geopolitical or political events and then business decisions taken by these investors. So it's not solely down to the actions or the words spoken by the U.S. president. It's a mix of political events and then and business decisions that some of these firms have had to make.
Right. Would you say that this is a short-term panic, or would you say it's the start of a deeper confidence crisis among investors, since this is a space that you often cover, especially venture capital?
Okay. To be honest, I think it's a bit too early to say with any sort of certainty that this is short-term panic or that it's the start of a deeper crisis. And the reason is so you do not just threaten a country with military invasion and then you're there the next day. There are a lot of considerations that you need to make before you take that step. So, for example, the US has over the years slowly reduced their presence in Africa, which means that they do not have as much boots on ground as they had, say, 10, 15 years ago. Now, what that simply does is it makes it difficult for you to actually back your words with actions. Now, I'm not saying they can't have troops in Nigeria, but that's really difficult. And even if you decide to do that, say you are able to mobilize some troops, you still have to consider that this is the reason you're getting into the country is not a rescue mission, right? And when I say rescue mission, I mean you're not coming to rescue hostages. It's you trying to combat terrorism. And anyone who knows just a little bit about terrorism, you know it's not like you go to one location and you find every terrorist that you're looking for. It's usually a month-long operation just to even see any semblance of progress. So I think I've seen some tweets or some posts from the US president saying we'll be in and out, but that's hardly going to happen, right? You would you're going to spend considerable time, which means you need local intelligence, and in a way you actually need cooperation from the Nigerian government for you to even do that. So again, like I said, it's too early to say. Does he follow through on all of this? I mean, he has domestic issues to contend with. The Democrats are sort of pushing back at some of his moves, which has sort of made him turn his eyes more to local issues. I mean, the New York mayoral election just concluded either yesterday or early today, and the Republicans obviously lost, which is something that he did not want. And then there are just a host of domestic issues that he has to contend with. So while it might seem that Nigeria is high priority, I can't say that it is that much of a priority for him. Now, like I said, the dip was caused by a mix of political and economic reasons. What we are seeing from the Nigerian side is the Nigerian government has said we are going to appoint ambassadors. This is something we haven't had for about 2 years. We've had no ambassadors, so we are seeing moves to appoint them. Depending on how quickly they can do this, the expectation is that sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we would have ambassadors. Now, that should open talks with the US. But I think an interesting development that also took place yesterday was seeing China come out in support of Nigeria. Now, that's something that perhaps the US president did not really factor in. But again, we can't really say, is China simply making a statement, or are they going to back up that statement with actions? So I mean, that's definitely, these are just some factors that would count in whatever plan of actions that either the US would take or even in Nigeria. But I mean, again, I think it's too early to make any serious judgment calls.
Right. I like how you've just given us a very broad outlook to it. But let's talk about venture capital specifically, which is your core. How sensitive is startup funding to political or geopolitical shocks like this one that we're seeing?
Yes. So I think one of the best things about the private markets, and in this case, venture capital, is it isn't as sensitive as the public markets to momentary shocks like this. So if this was the public markets, by now we probably would have seen investors selling off large holdings, but we can't really say for sure that that's what's going to happen. I mean, the primary difference here is that whatever actions or reaction that would come from venture capitalists, we are not going to see the effects until perhaps a few months later. But again, like I said earlier, that would still depend on the actions taken by both the American and Nigerian government. So something that is very important to note is that Nigeria sees a lot of her venture capital come from the US. Now, if the US government were to impose economic sanctions, let's take off military intervention off the table, right? If the American government were to impose economic sanctions on Nigeria, then that becomes a problem, because obviously its citizens would be unable to make any investments into Nigeria, and that's where most of our capital comes from. They could also place those economic sanctions and sort of bar other countries from doing certain businesses with Nigeria. So again, it isn't so sensitive because we can't say in real time what's happening, but we would definitely, I mean, obviously from like conversations, you may get a sense of what's going on, but we are not going to get a feel for how deeply this affects the economy until next year, sometime next year, say Q1 next year. Again, I think what happens is going to depend on the actions of both the Nigerian government and the US government. Do we see the Nigerian government react decisively to protect citizens? If that happens, then I think that would reassure venture capitalists. But if we also see the American government sort of double down on the threats, then obviously that would make some venture capitalists a bit jittery and they might pull out.
Right. And for founders who are currently raising capital, are there some sort of concerns that investors might be raising behind closed doors?
Yeah. So I mean, if you're raising capital right now, you're most likely going to be affected. So from some conversations I've been having around this, investors are just cautious. They are not taking any specific position at the moment, but they're just cautious and just observing the environment. Now, like I said, it's too early to tell what will happen in the next few days or even in the next few weeks, and so everyone is just monitoring things. But I mean, for founders who are reading conversations, you you would have already been getting some questions even before this about how you are probably going to combat inflation in Nigeria and ensure that you return the funds you raise at some point. You're going to be getting a few questions about maybe geopolitical risk and some of that. But I mean, right now, most Africans typically say, oh, emerging market risks are overblown. And in some sense, that's true, right? But there's a chance that any founder raising money right now is going to have a lot more questions about how they intend to hedge against political risk. That's something that may have just been one minor question, but I think it's going to become a recurring question right now. And so founders would need to prepare adequate answers. Do they start talking about expanding beyond Nigeria? Again, that's a luxury you really have, or you only have if you're big enough. But that's something that they may begin to consider. Something that I think is very likely is that certain conversations may slow down. They may not necessarily come to a halt, but I expect that certain investment conversations may slow down. I mean, personally, if I was an investor, I'd like to know what the next few months or the next few weeks looks like before I commit money. So yeah, if you're raising money right now, you're definitely going to encounter some challenges or some extra scrutiny from your investors, especially if they are foreign investors. I mean, even local investors might be a bit more empathetic, but if you're raising money from primarily foreign investors, then you're definitely going to get questions about how you intend to navigate political risks such as this.
So, Chigozime, one thing we know is Nigeria has worked so hard to actually project itself as Africa's startup capital. With incidents like this, we might see that it might lead us to some sort of being undermined, in the eyes of global investors. Do you see that happening?
Absolutely. You really can't rule anything out. Just taking a step back, in the last 2 to 3 years, Nigeria has sort of lost its place as Africa's capital destination for startups. That is a very important note, and I think I'll refer to it subsequently. Now, one reason we have become the startup capital in Africa is that we've had a relatively stable democracy. It's not perfect, but to a large extent, Nigerians have come to take government transitions as normal. I mean, if you're old enough, you probably have seen a consistent transition, seamless transition to a large extent as well, of government since 1999. Now, that's very important if you're an investor and you're assessing investment opportunities, because you want stability. Now, even the entrepreneurs building these businesses, yes, there are a few people who might talk about opportunities that arise even in the midst of chaos. Yes, that's true, but there's really no entrepreneur who wants that chaos. I mean, except you're selling arms, right? But no entrepreneur really wants that chaos, and so everyone wants some semblance of stability. Now, when you're a business, for example, and you do not have to worry about critical infrastructure like power going off for days, that's huge. Again, I'm saying power. I know we have power issues, but in the case of a military intervention, for example, critical infrastructure would most likely be affected, right? What part of the country gets affected is a different conversation, but critical infrastructure would most likely be affected. Whether that's power, whether that's internet, whether that's even financial services, it's going to be affected. We largely do not have to worry about a lot of these things. I mean, if your power goes off, except you live in certain parts of the country, if your power goes off, you sort of expect it to be back up in a couple of hours, or in some cases a few days. But imagine it going off for months. I mean, we've seen certain examples, I think in Sudan, for example, where entrepreneurs have had to relocate momentarily from the country because of armed conflict. That's definitely not something that a founder or an investor really wants, because again, it makes it difficult for you to predict how your investments are going to. I mean, yes, you can't say for certain, but just having critical elements in place and those elements being stable, it makes it easier for you to sort of predict how your investments what is going to go. I mean, if you don't have to worry about not receiving payments, maybe having your employees leave for another country, because again, this is something that could happen. Do you have your employees just leaving for another country Do you have your employees, unable to work? Those are things that contribute to how Nigeria has become the startup capital. And the moment we lose that stability, it's going to be really difficult to get it back, especially when we are seeing capital withdraw from the venture capital space. You do not want any incident or any situation that makes it a little difficult or a little harder than it already is to invest in you.
And then speaking about this stability you've spoken about, you've said that how hard it is to regain, stability, especially in situations like this. There's a lot of uncertainty right now. But let's talk about long-term investor confidence, especially among diaspora and institutional funds looking at Nigeria. What's the kind of effect that this might have on them?
Okay. So like I already alluded, uncertainty is something that doesn't get investors excited, because that's potentially losing all your investments. So the fact that we've also lost our position as top funding destination shows that we are not invisible. There are people who are interested in getting some of that money that we have been getting. Now, the last thing our entrepreneurs need is one more hurdle to raising capital. And like I said, depending on how things proceed, what we can expect is slower investor commitments. If there are conversations already in the works, we can expect them to slow down to some extent. We might see investors get stricter about how they disburse money, perhaps including certain terms in order to protect themselves. And we should expect to see certain bad actors trying to take advantage of this, either through the way they structure their deals or even whether they release money, right? So I think those are the three things I think, or three ways I think it's going to affect us. One, again, just to wrap it up, is slower investor commitments, stricter requirements from investors, and then bad actors taking advantage of this.
Right. And what are some of the lessons that policymakers, ecosystem leaders can take from this movement in terms of communication, diplomacy, and investor reassurance?
All right. So I would speak primarily to policymakers, because they are the ones with the real power here. They are the ones who get to decide what happens and what doesn't happen. Ecosystem leaders can just, at best, you sit from the sidelines and do some lobbying. But I'd say this is one reason why you need to fix problems at home, rather than wait for a stranger to remind you that your house is on fire. Now, a lot of times we've seen policies that they do not appear to have been put through any rigor before they were made law. And you wonder if the policymakers understand how that affects the country, perhaps a year or 2-3 years down the line. Now, the reason we are here is simple. Insurgency was treated with kid gloves for a very long time, and that allowed it to fester to the point where large swaths of the country can just be affected. And now we are seeing wartime numbers in terms of casualties. It's not normal. And even though we have treated with kid gloves, it's beginning to affect our investments. People are, right now you probably would struggle to get anyone to invest in the northern part of Nigeria. It's going to be very difficult. Foreign investors, local investors, it's going to be really difficult to convince anyone to invest in the northern part or even in the middle belt. Now, again, like I said, this is why you treat policies or fix problems before they become overblown. You do not want to wait 10, 15, 20 years down the line to crush a problem you could have probably crushed in the first year. Now, on the diplomacy angle, right, it's hard to say how effective diplomacy would have been. Now, and the reason I say that is, on one hand, there are some reports that suggest that the US president's move was a result of months of lobbying. And if that's the case, considering the way we've seen Congress, again, because before the US president made that post, we saw sort of congressional action. We've seen quite a number of US lawmakers come out to speak up against this. We've seen, I think I saw a post from Nicki Minaj, which is very, very, very funny. And that suggests to me that there has been some lobbying by certain groups to get the US looking at this. Now, I do not know how diplomacy would have solved this, to be honest, because it's difficult, because what we've seen from the Nigerian government, for example, is sort of trying to push back against that narrative. That's not really the subject of the conversation here, but again, I really don't know. And again, some reports, on the other hand, suggest that the US president only made this decision based off a TV report, Fox News. So I don't know. perhaps if we had some diplomatic representation in the US, channels of communication would have been opened long before this happened, because I think it took about a week or two before he finally made that tweet from when I started seeing US senators talk about this, because it's been going on for about a few weeks before he spoke. So perhaps if we had any diplomatic representation officially, channels of communication would have been open, conversations would have been had. But yeah, again, this is a reason why you should appoint your ambassadors early and take your diplomacy seriously. But again, speaking about communication, I don't know if there's a lesson to be learned here, to be honest. And the reason I say that is communication hasn't been the best. It's not world class. It's not the, you won't teach this in a postgraduate class. Communication has been, but it has been decent. Now, given how serious this appears to be from a US point of view, I would have expected a statement from the Nigerian president, for example, speaking to specific, I guess, affected parties. So whether it's we Nigerians or foreign investors, I would have expected something like that to just reassure people, because he is supposed to know that decisions like this or events like this would affect economic events in the country, or that concern the country. But I can't say I have seen something like that. So that's something that could be better. But I think the last thing I'll say on this is that we seem to be getting to the point, or getting back to the point we were around 2015, where investors can trust us better with their money. And my thinking is that we should do whatever is possible to maintain that trust that they already have. We can't afford to lose that momentum that we seem to be getting right now.
Right. And on a final note, speaking about the momentum that we seem to be getting right now, what would you be saying to Nigerian startups and investors who might be a little bit worried right now? What would you say to them on how to stay focused and resilient in the midst of this turbulence?
To be honest, the only person who can say anything worthwhile to these investors and entrepreneurs is the president. I'm not aware of his plans, and those plans are really the only thing that can allay any fears that you as an investor or founder may have. I mean, I can say hold the fort, or how did I say it? I mean, I could say you should stay hopeful, but I mean, it's not going to move the needle much. It's the Nigerian president who should be speaking to his people, not me, to be honest.
Thank you very much, Chigoziri Mwakama, Venture Capital Correspondent at Techable. Thank you so much for your insight this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us. Welcome back to Still the Beat, the TV breakfast show, and this is Social Listening. My name is Elizabeth Musa. On Social Listening, this is where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. As always, I don't do it by myself. I'm also joined in the studio by
Onyeka Valentine.
Always present.
Always present.
All right, let's see the conversations going on social media today. China has stepped into Nigeria's growing diplomatic tension with the United States, warning against any foreign interference. At a press briefing in Beijing, China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning said China stands firmly with Nigeria and opposes any attempt by foreign powers to use religion or human rights as a pretext for sanctions or military threat. Her comments come after after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened military action against Nigeria over alleged persecution of Christians. Mao described Nigeria as a strategic partner and commended President Bola Tinubu's government for pursuing a development path that fits its national conditions. We'll take a look at some of the tweets on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. But just before we see the tweet, any comments?
Yes. Well, again, just to cement what I said before, it's good to see that people can respond internationally from angles that, cuts across some certain things and basically question diplomacy, really. Because for Trump to have come out to say what he said, in his tweet or his social media write-up, what the case may be, he got the whole world thinking, right? What was he thinking, really? So, I'm not surprised that China had to come and weigh in very quickly, just to clear any doubt. Because like we know, apart from the fact that, yes, no one wants to see anybody die, but again, we have killings going on in our country, unfortunately, whether it is Christian or Muslims. We don't want any killings at all. And of course, it's good that internationally we can hear people, weigh into the matter. But for Trump to have said what he said, jumped a lot of protocols, so he just went straight up to say this is what he's going to do. Most world leaders don't do that. So I'm sure China will be like, no, this is not diplomacy, or this is not the way to go. You should consider that there are a lot of interest in a nation as big as Nigeria, and we're a sovereign nation. Let's not forget the fact that we're a republic, and being a republic simply means that we are being recognized in the world for some strategic contribution. Not even speaking about, or put this way, let's look at the hierarchy now. When it comes to oil and a whole lot of other minerals, we rank some measurable number on that list. So we are not a country to just push over, right? And we have a strong military. I'm not saying that we are compared to the United States when it comes to military power, but we cannot just be a pushover. So there's a lot of other things that had to come to play for people to think about. So for China, for them to have said we stand with Nigeria cannot just we can't just. So Trump, what you said is not something to hold water. I'm not surprised.
China just acted the proper big brother.
Oh, most definitely.
Big brother that everyone wants to have. Just weighing in and using your power to say that we're not going to watch and let this happen.
In the past, it has been the reverse, where a country tries to bully another nation. US comes and tell you no, you can't do this thing. We come in. So I'm surprised that look at the tables.
In diplomacy, it's called balance of power. So that's happening now.
So I think so far, for what it is, right? I saw this coming, and I will not be shocked if other countries also line up behind China saying no, this cannot happen. Donald Trump will give it a rethink. In fact, even back home there in the US, in our papers, we saw earlier today that there was a line that mentioned that even the Senate over there, right, 100% kind of ruled out what Trump said.
They are against it.
Exactly.
It would be nice for us to see some of the comments on social media now. If we could take a look at some of the comments and see how Nigerians especially are reacting to this conversation. Larry says, the reason is that China has also invested in Nigeria, and they will not want anything that will complicate their investment in Nigeria. So that's why they gave warning against the interference. And don't forget, China and US are into economic war now. More reactions. That's why I said balance of power. Priska No says, China standing up for Nigeria's sovereignty, much needed in these tense times. Let's hope diplomacy wins over threats.
a good one.
Absolutely. Tolu A says, good. At least someone still respect Nigeria's sovereignty. Not every issue needs America's world police attitude.
Guns blazing, like Donald Trump said.
Jerry Jackeral says, China warning the United States not to interfere in Nigeria's affairs would have made sense if our leaders weren't the architect of our chaos.
I disagree.
You can't call for non-interference when your own government has failed to protect its citizens.
So very quickly, when I say I disagree with this last contributor, I mean, again, not as if he or she, or whoever is behind that particular, account has not made a point, but some points are made either far off or within the target zone. This is totally out of the target zone. Our leaders, I would not say, are the ones who are the architect of our problems. No. Don't forget in a hurry that Nigeria, we are a country of we're a multicultural country. We have, dialects, multi-religious, okay, plus multi-party system. So, again, you will see differences, most definitely. Like in a family that has, a polygamous family, you will see people will come with different ideas, different opinions. It doesn't make them bad people. The problem we have is making decisions and making them on time, right? For that person to have said that our leaders are the ones who are the architect of the problem, not entirely. Why have I said so? There is a video circulating on social media. If I could have probably present that video and share with us. The video saw one of the senators or somebody who within the Congress was being asked the question, whether he asked somebody a question who works within a particular organization in America. So who are the people behind this issue of terrorism? The guy came out bluntly and mentioned that most of the funds leaving the United States, right, finds its way to those terrorist camps, right? And it was clear. It's not a hidden thing. It's all over the social media there, right? He said, look, they asked him categorically, who are the ones benefiting from this so-called aid and other things going? He said, look, some of this money finds their way to, some terrorist camps in Sudan, some other ones in, even mentioned Nigeria. And so that became a major issue of concern. I think the international world will address that before we come to now say that, look, for Donald Trump will have come to now say that Nigeria is now a point where genocide is taking place. Yes, there are killings, okay? But is it really a genocide? We are here in Lagos City, Nigeria. We don't see Christians being killed or churches being burned. No. So again, before you use the word genocide, shouldn't it at least cut across 50 to 60% of the country? Again, our condolences go out to those who have lost their lives and family within the northern region, like what happened, people that died so far, and the church members. Of course, we don't want to see anybody being killed. However, such words, I think, was far-reached, really. It was as if he just went on social media and checked and said, okay, these amount of people have been killed around the north, so the whole of Nigeria is experiencing genocide based on the fact they're killing Christians. Wow. His statement was uncalled for. His decision, right, is something to question, really.
Right. And speaking of questioning his decision and his statement being uncalled for, Daniel Bwala, the special advisor on policy communication to President Tinubu, has dismissed the claim that there is a Christian genocide in Nigeria.
There we go.
Speaking on BBC World Service, Bwala said insecurity affects Nigerians of all faiths and should not be viewed through a religious lens.
Very true.
He described the genocide narrative as a false and deliberate agenda by outsiders who don't understand Nigeria's complex security problems. In his words, I am from the north. I am a Christian pastor. More Muslims have been killed in the northeast because Islam is the dominant religion. There's no genocide, Christian genocide in Nigeria. It is a hoax. Well, this conversation, we know this entire episode currently going on right now is very much bordered around political lines as against religious lines.
Right.
One thing that we've seen in Nigeria that's happened over and over again, the basis for so much of our division is always around religious lines, political lines, and ethnic lines. And if we could overcome these things, Nigerians can be some of the most united people. But these things have been our problem for the longest time, and it's so crazy how it's intertwined. Religion and politics always mixing sort of somehow.
And that's a very deadly cocktail.
Right. And then what's still religion, politics, and then ethnicity. When it's intertwined, it's a crazy combo, and that's really what's going on right here. And we can't take out one from the other. But we see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation again on Trump. Daniel Boala's comment to the BBC. Chief Lawrence says Pastor Daniel Boala's claim is dangerously misleading. Yes, more Muslims may die numerically in certain attacks, but that doesn't erase the systematic targeted attacks on Christian communities across Nigeria, churches burned, pastors killed, villages wiped out, using majority population.
Again, it's another way to approach this, which I will now say is exaggeration, because it says across Nigeria. What does that mean? It means from the north to the east to the west. No, that's wrong now. You can tell that this person also is very emotional and doesn't really think clearly. Because if you're thinking clearly, you not allow your emotions to rule you. Yes, there have been killings in some part of the north, but like I did say, we're here in Lagos. We don't see any churches being burnt. We don't see any generation of any Christian community, as the case may be.
There's there's more comment. Chris the Great says, more Muslims have been killed also. It means Christians are being killed. Big question, killed by who? By the Islamic terrorists. Has the Nigerian government acted? No. What did Trump say the US will do? Wipe the terrorists and sponsors out and sanction the Nigerian government? That's fair to me. Let's see more reactions to this conversation.
Right, okay.
Abiel says, why is the Nigerian government more interested in saving face than actually doing the work? I have a problem with that as well. Marvelous Israel says, we've always known Boala as a man whose loyalty is for sale. From one camp to another, he shifts like the wind. This is the same man who once said, Tinubu can't fix Nigeria even in 30 years. Now, suddenly, he's a pastor defending the indefensible.
So, to be very honest, and it's not so I'm trying to root for the man himself, but what he has said is not a terrible thing that he has said. He has just stated the obvious. That, look, for what it is, okay, before we begin to jump to conclusion, let us rethink properly. And just to add to everything, those who were busy saying that, okay, we welcome Trump, oh, thank you, Trump, come and save Nigeria. I'm like, are you guys not thinking clearly? Do we forget the people we're dealing with? I'm not saying Americans are bad people. No, I have a lot of American friends that are bad people. But I'm saying, I've forgotten what the Pentagon itself, what they actually have done in the past. History doesn't hide. If we're going to forget and not allow what we can perceive rule our thoughts, let us remember what history has done. Iraq, right? They moved into Iraq until today, it's not the same. Afghanistan, the same thing. Accused of whatever it is they said it was, till today, it is what it is. What about Libya? So, I think Nigerians should think clearly, okay? And ask this question and ask it from an angle of maturity. Keep your emotions aside. What is the interest for the US military?
Right.
What are they targeting? Why is Trump all of a sudden so concerned about Christians, according to him, that are being killed, and overlooking the issue going on in American City, where you have families being snatched away from their loved ones on the name of illegal immigrants, as the case may be? What about the issue of drugs going on in that in their states? There are a whole lot of other issues too. Not even mention the issue of racism, racial attacks back and forth, shoot and ask questions later. We see it all over social media. Look, there is a fundamental problem, even in the US too. So for him to have looked so further to now say, look, killings in Nigeria, yes, we are killings in Nigeria, and we 100% don't want killings in our country. But I can tell you for a fact, nobody fights fire with fire.
Right. And let's move on now to the entertainment scene, where Nollywood actress Regina Daniels has accused her husband, Senator Ned Nwoko, of orchestrating the arrest of her siblings. In an emotional post on Instagram, Regina claimed her brother and sister, big brother and big sister, were detained to force her back into what she described as rehab. She said, "Someone, please help me. I feel like I'm losing my mind." She added that her husband was trying to control her by using her family as leverage. Her brother, who confirmed his arrest on his Instagram story, wrote that they were being held at Ogombo Police Station in Lagos. Now, let me just give a little bit of context to this story. More things have happened. Now, the Lagos State Police have come out to say they don't have any brother in their custody, that it's Abuja Police. I don't know which one to believe, because none of us has even seen the brothers. None of us. The brother in question that confirmed is, the another brother. So no one knows the whereabouts of the brothers. We know she confirmed that they arrested. Her mom also came on social media to speak on the issue, saying that the Senator Ned has arrested a brother. For what reason? He's trying to get back at Regina to make her come back home. Lagos State Police have said they don't have the brother. It's Abuja Police. Abuja Police has not come to say anything, but the report is precise and clear. It's not just any station. They precisely said the one, Ogombo Police Station. This Ned and Chin, I just see power play going on here. I see power dynamics, in the first place, not a marital police or whatever, but that union didn't have any business happening. But the truth is, they have benefited from each other. One person wants the fame that this young girl could give him. The other person perhaps wants the money. If one person wants to go away, they should let it go, because maybe things might have spiraled out of control now, because a lot of things are happening. I can't even keep up. One of the brothers has come to say, oh, he did confirm to slapping her twice, who would not, as a way to, just in their tussle, as a way of just calling her to order, even though they'll say at no point, no matter any situation, should you raise your hands up. But he did say that in them. But of course, on social media, he didn't allude to that. He says there's nothing like that. He comes out to say she's a drug addict and whatnot. And why many people are not having it on social media is that we tend to have seen this type of thing play out over and over again, where as a relationship is, it has come to it's at this end, at its wit's end, and the one, just power dynamics at play, and then the person comes and says, oh, she's a drug addict, blah, 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 blah. It's like, why, if she was a drug addict since, why were you in the union? There are so many questions that beg to be answered.
I mean, but first and foremost, what's more important is this. Whoever is out there watching, look, before you jump and take your whole personal matter and put on social media, you think very well, right? People should understand that there's never a time when your personal issue, right, will go your own way when you have misunderstanding, where you throw it out there to the public, especially when it has to do with marriage. Maybe it was a transactional marriage, whether it was this or that, whatever it is. I mean, we're not part of that union. But what concerns us the most is the fact that, and I'm going to come from an angle where I put my emotions aside. This whole thing is distracting a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's as far as I'm concerned.
Distracting.
Yes, distracting him.
The senator also wants to be distracted why did he?
So why am I saying this? I will tell you. Why I'm saying this is that, look, if this is going to, reduce his ability to deliver his work, Senator Ned, you better wake up. Now, yes, whether there's the issue of, okay, whether he beat her or he didn't beat her, whatever it is that is transpiring, we want to see far more matured situation out of this whole thing, because it's becoming more messier as the case may be, right? Now, I don't see any angle where I can point and say, okay, this is the financial damage or how does it affect business. So this there's no viability of any business.
You can't find that. No.
I'm trying to find, but
I can't find it.
So,
let me find it for you.
Let me see.
The business side of things is we're wasting our data on this matter. Data that we could have saved.
Thank you very
much. And to speak on the Trump security situation, the Trump situation. So we are spending so much data, consuming videos. She's just put out one just before we came on air. She just put out a video saying, talking about the fact that she never thought that she would get to this day where someone will have a video. Now people have videos to mock her with, because when she was living La Vida Loca, right, there were so many people that were tensioned, as we use on social media. And that's for the people that like to be tensioned by people on social media, because social media is not real life. So many people come on social media to portray what they are not. And unfortunately, when they have millions of followers, there's so millions of gullible people that are just, tensioned. You come on social media and speak about how it's better to cry in a Ferrari than to cry in a downfall. And now people are like, so this Ferrari tears it was really serious tears. So
wish her well.
I wish her well.
At the same time, all I'm saying at the end of everything, right? We want the senator to just concentrate, so that we can make some great laws and be part of the reason why they put you there in the Senate.
Okay.
Your personal private thing, deal with it and deal with it maturely.
Well,
that's right.
Senator involved in this type of conversation, to me, it's too granular. But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how more Nigerians are reacting to this conversation of Ned and Senator Ned and Regina Daniels. Kawamatsu says it's sad to see this happen to her, but she should have known better than marrying for wealth against our online advice. You see online people say against our, meaning we might be on your side, but online audience, they are very fickle. 1 minute they're for you. If the matter sways this way, they're for you. They're for me. Like, they don't stay in one. It's anywhere Belle face. All we can do is pray she survives and may God help her. More reactions to this conversation. Chini says Gen Z is a whole different generation. They did not inherit the shame and silence of silencers, boomers and millennials. They will fight you online and match on your Rolex. Sorry, Ned Nwoko. You may have 6 wives, but only one Regina is Gen Z. Anekwe Bridges says, Ned Nwoko, respect your old age and stop oppressing Regina Daniels' siblings. Marriage is not by force. If she says she's no longer interested,
there we go. Another
allow her be. Don't deteriorate her mental health. She has already been through a lot.
How would you know she has been through a lot?
Release her brothers.
I mean, come on.
Stop the torture.
I mean,
do we have one more, Riemak? Onye says he really needs to leave them alone, no, because I don't know what else to call these things he's doing to them, if not oppression.
It is what it is. I think, like I said before, let's focus on more important things. Let's have a senator do his work. Senators shouldn't get distracted. If you have 6 wives, if you have 7 wives, you have 100 wives, this is your personal business. Don't bring out your lenient or dirty lenient to the public. He should know better. If you notice what I'm saying, right? I'm being more particular about him, focusing more on the nation. The nation is going through a lot at the moment. Could you focus on dealing with the issue of lawmaking that you've been put there for? Allow your people that we employ to handle all these issues, right? Be the big man in the story.
I think the only thing I'm going to say is we need good models, more good models in leadership at national level, at subnational level. We need more good role models. I'm very bored of seeing situations like this. The people that should be our leaders at the forefront finding themselves in messy situations like this. So we need more good role models. And it also comes back to us, because who are the people who are putting in power? We need to hold them to account. We need more good role models. Senator Ned and Regina Daniels, I really wish them the best. I really hope that this entire thing gets sorted out amicably and everyone goes their separate ways, or not. If they're supposed to be back, good and fine. But I just hope that everything is sorted out in a way that is peaceful for all the families involved. But that's why we wrap it up this morning on Social Listening, right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm on your Kabbalah.
Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of the economy as well as the market. The last time we were here, we talked about the Trump's threat and its potential implication on Nigeria's market. It's been 2 days now, and we've seen some really huge hits. First of all, in the bond market, Nigeria's Euro bonds have been tanking. We've seen yields on Nigeria's bonds soar, especially when placed among peer Euro bonds. Then we've also seen in the capital market, in the stock market, basically, we've lost over a percentage of value. We've seen 3 trillion in actual market value, market capitalization lost. It's having its effect on our market. The whole incident has had its effect on our market. Today we are going deeper into the issue. We are taking it from an economic standpoint, and on the conversation, to lead us into the conversation, we have Anieka Joseph, who is the MD and CEO of Convo Africa. Good morning, Mr. Anieka.
Good morning. Great to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay. So the last time you were here, we were on a different trajectory. This trajectory is quite a different one. I think this is probably the first time a U.S. government will make such a threat to Nigeria as a whole. What's your take on it?
Well, you have to admit that we live in unique political times.
Yeah.
The international politics, as we used to know it, which used to be essentially a bipolar world order, has now become a multipolar world order. Secondly, globalization has created an opportunity, for instance, where a dominant idea is perpetuated across the world, irrespective of culture, religion, etc. And it is within this context that we are having this conversation. And an attempt to oversimplify will not do justice to the audience that we seek to educate and hopefully inform.
So one question I have is around all of this and Nigeria's standing in, especially when it comes to regional diplomacy in Africa. Back in the past, Nigeria used to have a leading role in the continent. We saw Nigeria from the 1960s, Nigeria went into Congo, Kinshasa, to help settle conflict in East Africa. Then in the 1980s, we saw Nigeria go into Liberia at some point. We went into, through ECOMOG, went into Sierra Leone in 2000s. We went into Sierra Leone again. Nigeria has always had this big brother stand in the continent. Whenever issues came up in the past, Nigeria was like a go-to country for world powers to come to and say, let's sort this out. But now we are finding ourselves in it's a different state. How do you think this affects Nigeria's standing as a regional diplomacy powerhouse and also as a global investment powerhouse?
That's a complicated question, David, but I thank you for asking.
Okay.
I think we lived in simpler times then.
Okay.
If you remember, the backdrop with which Nigeria took those actions was a military government. In the military, you do not have the complexity of civilian existence that befuddles and beclouds government. You do not have very many political considerations to take care of when you want to design a policy or take a policy position. In those times, the Nigerian military, whose priority was to maintain a state called Nigeria through the barrel of the gun, nobody was coming to say, well, I'm Muslim or Christian or minority or majority. Once you see the barrel of the gun, you pipe down and the government will do what it wants. As the country evolved and power got to the people, literally, you find people who will now follow power from their different perspectives. And this creates a scenario where you have many other nuanced interests to manage and to deal with. And you can understand why it appears that the military does not also have that energy to really focus in addressing what we'll call domestic or international threats. Because even all of that political nuance has found way into the disciplined organization that we consider the military. And one may conclude that because of all those considerations, even the military itself is a victim of our version of democracy. Now, how then does that affect the way we are perceived internationally? Because of the very many colors of problems we have to now manage internally, our position to have really simple approach, and I use the word simple with the utmost regard, to issues of stability, instability, peace, progress, and the way we would typically react to it has also been affected. While we went across the continent ensuring that rights were protected, we didn't have to worry about that locally because we had the barrel of the gun sort that out for us. However, now we can't talk too much about what's going on elsewhere because we are honestly, frankly overwhelmed by the complexity of the nature of our democracy.
Okay. One question I have is around Nigeria's response in this matter diplomatically. We've not seen any significant response. We've seen the Minister of Foreign Affairs talk. I think he's presently in Germany. We've seen the presidency release some statement. We've not heard the president speak. But let me provide some bit of context. Now we are seeing our bond yields in the Eurobond market tank, or basically spike. That's leading to like higher borrowing costs for the country. We already know that to finance the 2026 budget, Nigeria was targeting a sovereign sukuk. They were planning to list a sovereign sukuk in the international bond market. They were also targeting listing the issuance of another euro bond, and all of this comes up. Whether we like it or not, it's going to have its impact. It's just a threat. There's not been any actual intervention. They've not taken any policy steps, and just by a basic post on social media, we're already seeing all of this. We're already seeing some of the boomerangs on our economy. What do you think the Nigerian government can do diplomatically to probably rein this in so that it would not have much of the economic effect it's already having? It's not affecting the average man, but if it goes on like this, it would affect the average man. So what do you think the government can do to rein this in?
Good question, David. I have to start by saying that this is a self-inflicted injury. Foreign policy was not a priority to this government for whatever reason. And now it is scrambling to come up with a foreign policy position because there is interest from the United States on the civil liberties of Nigerians in Nigeria. The second error that is also foundational is the fact that somehow in this country, the concept of human rights is not fully understood, including by civil society, the judiciary, and religious organizations. Talk less of politicians and government. When you combine the fact that we take for granted the lives and liberties of individuals in Nigeria as people, and we do the same collectively as a government. And then you pair that with the lack of foreign policy strategy, you can tell quickly that this was a disaster waiting to happen. And all of these things come together to create the perfect mixture of the chaos that it seems that we are managing at the moment. How does that affect us? You remember that we live in an interconnected world, that different countries have different bilateral relationships that have indirect or direct consequences on other bilateral or even multilateral relations. If I am a country that has gone into an agreement with the US, and perhaps that agreement includes that we will not provide financing for nations that have been declared countries of particular concern. The moment the US creates or announces that designation, to honor my agreement with the US that has nothing to do with Nigeria, I may be obliged then to begin to take steps to withdraw any financial commitments to a nation that may have been designated with the CPC. And because we understand the strategic position that the US occupies globally, either from energy to technology to finance to security and the military, many nations likely have this relationship with the US. And Nigeria, while could be a strategic nation, is not a nation that many people depend on to that extent that they may be willing to jeopardize an existing relationship with the US. So you can be sure that nations within the European Union who are significantly connected to the US through NATO and several other trade policy and international political policies are going to take proactive steps, simple common sense steps to ensure, for instance, that they do not complicate their relationships with the United States. And finally, then for us, what must we do? As we will have to quickly figure out who the most competent, most connected, most influential people that we can identify and deploy them to the top 5 or 7 regional powers so that we can begin to receive information. Let people tell us what they may be concerned about before it gets to the level where the tweet of the President of the United States has brought us to today.
Now, you've mentioned something around Nigeria. You've talked about regional powers and the third party effect of Nigeria's designation as a country of particular concern. One of the things that has kind of turned the tide on this particular issue is the response of the Chinese government on the matter. So a lot of Nigerians have been they've known a lot of sentiment, especially seen on social media. People have talked about resources, the US is after our resources. Then China steps into the play and says they are all for the US respecting the sovereignty of other countries and all and all. And now people are like, does it complicate the matter? Does it implicate us further in this matter, or does it make it a more murky water for us? Is it a good help? Is it a good thing China has done for us, or is something that would probably make the matter more complicated than it should be?
The only thing that can make this more complicated is our response to it.
Okay.
China, if anyone understands international politics and diplomacy, you know that China has been in a similar situation with the US, with the Uyghur Muslims.
Yeah.
China has been accused of human rights violations with the Uyghur Muslims in China. So they know what it means. However, because China is an economic superpower, an emerging military superpower. They have the ability to manage the consequences of those types of conversations because they are critical to global trade, whether you like it or not. Number two, China also has a reputation for not being a bastion or the biggest voice when it comes to human rights. So when a nation that takes human rights the way America takes it, speaks about the alleged human rights violations in Nigeria, and a nation that is not particularly known for its human rights coming to defend you, you have to be very careful which position you take. Because either way, you are likely to answer serious questions around your stance or your position on the subject of human rights. So it is in Nigeria's best interest to allow China to speak as a sovereign nation. You know, sovereignty is a word that we've heard a lot recently. But sovereignty is an interesting subject matter that, if it comes up, we'll address. But for us, it is not complicated depending on how we respond. And if we respond in a way that is backed with proper understanding of our global politics, proper understanding of what our development depends on, then we may complicate a simple matter just by the way we respond.
Now, I want to shift to reform. Under this president, we've had it's been reform after reform, from petroleum subsidy to tax reforms, and it's been one reform to the naira stability and banking reforms. And how would a geopolitical shock of this magnitude disrupt that trajectory? And do you think it has the capacity to influence foreign investor sentiment about Nigeria?
David, we've always had foreign investment in Nigeria.
Yes.
Depending on what they believe they could gain. Even when there was war in Sierra Leone or Liberia, Firestone was looking for a way to continue to extract rubber from Liberia when Charles Taylor's militia had invaded the nation. If you have the right incentive, investors will remove their suits, put on bulletproof vests and helmets, and come and seek for profit in your nation.
Okay.
That said, because there are other nations that investors can easily migrate to, you now need to bend over backwards to make it easy for investors to show up. One way that you can do that is perhaps some of your laws around labor. You can go into interest rates from a monetary policy perspective. If there are going to be some international and domestic collaboration and monies to be borrowed, how much will it take for monies to be paid back? And most importantly, judicial reforms. Do we have a criminal justice system that is competent, seen to be competent, and able to deliver justice within reasonable time? If you can take the issue of justice quickly, be able to make sure the justice is seen as independent, devoid of the influence from politicians, that the Central Bank of Nigeria is taking empirical decisions based on the science of economics, not influenced by politicians, you are going to find people who are committed. If you made strategic investments in agriculture, energy, oil and gas, human resource, arts and culture, etc., you would find that people would take steps in spite of the issues that may exist to continue to invest. But we must remember that we exist in a competitive global economy And what you think you can offer, another nation may be able to offer with better terms. And that's where being competitive is critical. And if we cannot deal with some of the, in my perspective, rather primary issues within our nation, it is clear that we may not be sophisticated enough to address the complex issues around being globally competitive.
So what you said now is bringing me, is leading me to remember the situation of the early 2000s, the late 1990s, with the Niger Delta militants blowing up oil pipelines, gas pipelines. And yet, during all of this period was one of the periods where Nigeria achieved its highest oil production ever. We hit 3 million barrels per day. Like what you said, around the investors will basically take off their suits and put on
Bulletproof
vests.
Yes.
They will get dirty. They will get their hands dirty. Shell will come up with conflict resolution methods. They will start to meet with the chiefs that they thought they could not meet with, and all like that. It's also making me remember Russia, the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and everybody thought, oh, nobody will do business with Russia anymore. Europe will no longer buy gas from Russia. They blew up Nord Stream 1 and started buying with oil vessels, with tanker ships.
Yes.
So all of those things is making me really look at it. Do we have any competitive advantage that really makes, at this point we're in? So a lot of people have been on social media. Many people have been talking about, oh, there's a target for our oil and all like that. Some people said Dangote refinery. And I looked at it. I said, in the early 2000s, I don't know if America had as much oil production as we have, but right now America is the world's largest producer of oil, producing more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. They refine 13 million barrels of oil per day. They have a refining capacity that is almost 20 times our refining capacity. I'm looking at all of this. I was also telling someone that Nigeria's largest trading partners, we make up like 1% or 2% of their total trading volume. We are in a state where, is there anything that really makes us like, let's see whether we can look at the bright side that makes us really, as competitive as we believe we are in our minds. A lot of Nigerians feel like, we're that big country that, we can really disrupt the global trading system. Is there anything of such? Can you recollect anything of such?
To be honest, David, by default, Nigerians typically have an inflated opinion of themselves, collectively and individually. Usually it is not grounded in any facts, but there's nothing wrong in having a healthy self-esteem.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way. Secondly, when people make the argument, for instance, that America may be after some of our resources, there's nothing empirically speaking that suggests, for instance, that America needs Nigeria, except in one area: Nigerians themselves. The most significant resource that Nigeria has is Nigerians. If you look at the number of Nigerians as of 2024 that had moved, the data as at 2024, we're talking about almost 450,000 Nigerians that were born in Nigeria that had moved to the US. Of that 450,000 Nigerians, another 280 had become citizens of the United States. And another 80,000 or so have permanent residencies, or they have their green cards, you can say. And because intellectually Nigerians have a unique ability, you may find that these guys can end up in governments, offices, departments, agencies. And if for any reason a state of insecurity back in Nigeria, maybe the loved one of a Nigerian in an American government office has been kidnapped, that Nigerian would be compromised because of a dirty situation back home. And nations that are proactive understand that a country that has this much intellectual capital that we have recognized and we have integrated into our nation, we now need to take steps to ensure that these guys that we have integrated into our nation do not turn around to become a risk to our nation in the case that there is blackmail because a family member has been kidnapped, etc. Secondly, terrorism has become a global phenomenon. And if we do not nip it in the bud, people who think that they are in Australia or the United Kingdom or the US or even in Asia doing well may find themselves in a really tricky situation if an uncontrolled security situation back home is not put under control.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. That's all we can take on this part of the show. Thank you so much, Mr. Niek and Joseph.
Thank you very much, David. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. After the break, we return with news headlines making the rounds and market updates from yesterday. Stay with us.
Come to the triumph.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to Economy and Market, and now here are some of the business news making the headline. We see Bonny Light has jumped to over $78 per barrel, outperforming the global benchmarks WTI and Brent. Bonny Light, which is Nigeria's own crude oil variant, is currently trading at $78.62 per barrel, outperforming some of the world's major benchmarks such as Brent crude and West Texas Intermediate, that's WTI. Brent is hovering around $64.53 and WTI is hovering at $60 per barrel. This is showing a real demand, a global demand for that Nigerian variant of crude. The grade had ended the previous session at $66 but has now surged past its October peak of $75 per barrel. The rebound follows upbeat remarks by Donald Trump on renewed trade talks with China, easing fears over global economic growth. Meanwhile, we saw WTI rise by 0.6% to $60.5 per barrel and Brent gaining 0.8% to $65 per barrel. although the two of them are below Bonny Light's price. According to the United States Energy Information Administration, U.S. crude inventories fell by nearly 7 million barrels, thus signaling tighter supplies and stronger demand. In Nigeria, production dipped to 1.39 million barrels per day in September. This is following a strike by Pengasan, though Bonny Light's rally offers a short-term boost to earnings if output remains stable. Now we look at Nigeria's Eurobond market that has continued to tumble after Trump's threat. Nigeria's Eurobond market is witnessing heavy sell-offs. That's from yesterday as investors are reacting to the US President Donald Trump's threat of military action if Nigeria's government fails to halt the killing of Christians by Islamic militants. The average yield on all Fed 14 FGN Eurobonds fell to 8.17% from 8.28% yesterday. According to Gbolahan Ologunro, the portfolio manager at FBN Quest, the sell-offs are driven by heightened political risk, profit-taking, and broader risk-off sentiment among international investors. Trump's comment over the weekend sparked global concern after he said the US military could deploy troops or carry out airstrikes in Nigeria. Ologunro noted that Nigerian Eurobonds often move in sync with the US stock market, which also saw losses as investors worried about overstretched valuation. Despite recent bullish momentum following the Trump-China trade deal and the 25 basis point US rate cut, analysts say that current risk sentiment is discouraging new Eurobond issuance. Then we'll come back to Nigeria, where Nimet International Pharmaceuticals has posted a 5 billion naira revenue in the third quarter of 2025. Nimet International recorded a strong performance in the third quarter of 2025, with its sales revenue rising by 62% to 5.01 billion, a reflection of the expansion of its business activities. Key figures from the company's 9-month reports shows that it achieved a 71% growth in gross profit to 2.49 billion naira, while its operating profit jumped by 120% to 1.66 billion naira. The company managed its cost effectively as marketing and distribution expenses rose only 6%, while administrative costs grew by 67%, driven by inflation. However, a 198% increase in finance costs to 1.3 billion weighed on earnings, leaving its net profit just marginally up to 339 million naira. The group's total assets jumped to 13.35 billion, with its net assets improving to 1.99 billion naira. The company generated a positive operating cash flow of 1.5 billion, with its earnings per share rising to 7.95 kobo from 7.27 kobo last year. Then we look at Helios, which is eyeing a full exit from Excella. Africa's largest private equity firm, Helios Investment Partners, has announced plans to fully exit Excella, which is Nigeria's largest private gas infrastructure company. The firm, as Helios, confirmed it had agreed to sell its remaining 75% stake in Excella, ending its nearly decade-long involvement in the country's natural gas distribution sector. The co-founder and managing partner of Helios, Tope Lawani, revealed the development in an interview with Bloomberg TV, describing the move as strategic rather than performance-driven. He said that Helios was proud of the investment, adding that it had created a real champion in the gas infrastructure space. Excella, which is formerly known as Oando Gas and Power, was founded in 2001, and it became a standalone entity in 2004. Helios took a majority stake in this company in 2016, and in 2019 it became the sole owner. The divestment follows Helios' earlier sale of 25% to Japan's Sojitz Corporation in 2022, marking a new chapter for one of West Africa's most strategic energy assets. After the break, we return with market updates from yesterday. Stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Market. From yesterday's trading data, we've been seeing a significant wipe-off of value. Yesterday, we saw the market dip by 0.72% losing over 1,109 points as the All-Share Index closed at 152,629.61 points. Year to date, the market is still solid, 48.29% gain year to date, the best performance of the market since 2020. In total traded volumes saw 683.9 million shares in deals worth around 20.375 billion naira. Market cap is at 96.971 trillion naira. Now let's look at the top gainers of the day. Amongst our top gainers, we see Unicell Interlinked 10%, 10 full bullish run, 10% gain to now hit a share price of 64 naira 90 kobo. Suno Assurances up by 9.98% to hit a share price of 4 naira 96 kobo. Honeywell Flour up by 9.72% to now close at a share price of 19 naira 75 kobo. Livestock Feeds gained 7.25% to close at 7 naira 40 kobo. Then the Initiates PLC up by 4.17% to close at a share price of 12 naira 50 kobo. Now let's look at our top losers of the day. Number one was Dangote's salt company, that's Nascon, down by the maximum 10% to close at 99 naira per share. Skyway Aviation Holding down by the maximum 10% to close at 89 naira 55 kobo. Owando also a downer on the market. There was significant loss in value in Owando, 9.99% as it closed at the share price of 43 naira 25 kobo. Owando this year has been one of the NGX's top losers. UPDC down 9.92% to close at the share price of 5 naira 54 kobo. Then Len Africa down 9.86% to close at the share price of 5 naira 85 kobo. Our most actively traded stocks on the market, let's look at them. ASO Savings and Loans, 111.95 million shares in deals worth about 115.22 million naira. FCMB was also a significant trader of the day, 110 million shares in deals worth around 1.135 billion naira. They will move to Fidelity Bank that saw 55 million shares traded in deals worth of about over 1 billion naira. Zenith Bank, 38.276 million shares in deals worth over 2.3 billion naira. First Hold Co., the holding company of First Bank, 29.8 million shares in deals worth over 929 million naira. We go to the global market. Yesterday was bearish on all sides. It was a bearish market. From the US, we see Dow Jones down 53 basis points to close at 47,000 points. We see S&P also down, significant losses, significant declines recorded. This is despite a 25 basis point rate cut. There's been a lot of bullish momentum in the US market. However, yesterday was quite a surprise. We saw significant value wiped off, despite the fact that there is a US-China trade deal and there was also a rate cut. We saw serious decline in the market. This is basically down to profit taking in that market, as well as investors being wary of overstretched valuation. In Nasdaq, we saw a 2% decline, a whole 2% decline, with the Nasdaq Composite down to 23,000 points. Now let's move to the Asian market. The Asian market was not different. It was reddish. It was reddish, bearish across all the board in Asia, from Japan to Korea. That's the Kospi index down by almost 2.4%. Then to Hang Seng index down by 0.79%. That's the Hong Kong Stock Exchange index. Now in Europe, it was a different ball game. It was a mixed sentiment in Europe. We saw the FTSE 100, that's the benchmark index for the London Stock Exchange, slightly up by 14 basis points. However, in France and in Germany, it was a bearish game also. Down by 52 basis points. The CAC 40 down 52 basis points. DAX index down 76 basis points. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I'm David Olujimi.
Okay, so how do you feel about the new service chiefs and the removal of the former ones by the president and these ones that have been brought in? What do you think they'll do differently, and how do you feel about the whole process?
I think it's a good move by the president because when you think about why he actually removed the old ones, it's about the news of the coup that was about to happen. So every good president will want to replace everyone around involved in the queue. So I think it's a good move by the president.
I feel he's just feeling insecure and threatened. That's why he decided to, take that decision. And for the new guys that are coming in should be focused and just abide by his decisions. Do whatever he wants. He wants him to do. I think that's the way he wants it because he's the president, the number one man in the country.
There are two ways I think you can look at it. You can look at it from the first point of performance. Since the service chiefs have been in play for for a few years now, you can see that in terms of the insecurity, there has been little or no improvement, and obviously maybe figures that we might see online might be deflated. But I think in early October there was this rumor around that there was some kind of a coup or something like that. I'm sure it's actually linked to that, but then they also come outside to deny such involvement or whether there was something like that. But I'm sure there are two ways to look at it. Performance-wise, I don't think the performance has been up to par of what you would expect. I'm sure that's what the president has probably looked into and decided to go with a sudden reshuffle of his service chiefs.
I don't actually know what is happening there, but all what I know is that I will take the person that will work with me and will take instruction from me, not that the person that will do anything. I don't say the former one is taking instruction from elsewhere, but I'm just telling you, the person that is a technocrat on that job is the person that is supposed to know.
The president's decision is all right by me because normally in the civil service role, after you have spent so much years, possibly 30, 35 years and so on, of course you are due for retirement, really. So, and for the president to make that decision, I believe it's okay by me. And I believe it's okay by other Nigerians too. And as a president, you have a decision of your own. So I believe you have made the right decision.
The city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omi-Eko project, a €410 million plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union and the European Investment Bank, the Omi-Eko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omi-Eko, a blueprint for the future. Omi-Eko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our Omi bus fleet into very modern ferries. We had to save ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center. Is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omieko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omieko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Semaphore Foundation, a 501c3 international non-governmental organization in partnership with the United Nations and World Bank, proudly participated in the United Nations General Assembly 80th and the World Bank annual meeting, championing the cause of artificial intelligence for civil society, turning projects to products. At the sidelines of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York, artificial intelligence and a renewed global action plan for sustainable development took center stage as world leaders, policymakers, and innovators gathered to chart a coordinated path for ethical technology adoption and inclusive growth. Trace Inegbedion, head of Failure and Social Experiment at the Semaphore Foundation, provided a compelling perspective, noting that artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping how the world approaches social impact and innovation. Panelists including Juwon Olorunipa, Special Advisor to the Governor of Kogi State, Benga Akimbulere of Palo Alto Networks, Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Baide Beki Initiative, and Dr. Ero Ibafidon of the Water Light Safe Initiative, examined the growing influence of artificial intelligence in governance, climate resilience, health, and education. In his address, Benga Kingbulere, staff software engineer at Palo Alto Networks, says the latest version of your AI is the weakest version of your AI because every upgrade must relearn humanity. In Africa, we are proving that innovation isn't just about building smarter systems. It's about building systems that understand people. We are engineering trust, resilience, and purpose into technology. And that's how African innovators are shaping the future of impact. And Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Ebaide Beki Initiative, warned that AI works best when it's embedded in community structures, not imposed from outside. She added that our biggest risk isn't technical, it's trust. At the just concluded World Bank Civil Society Policy Forum, discussions on artificial intelligence and impact engineering dominated conversations, emphasizing their role in driving sustainable development, accountability, and measurable results. Inegbedion explained that these technologies are redefining how solutions are redesigned for real-world impact. The high-level Semaphore Foundation delegation at the World Bank was led by Hawatelo Kamara Diallo, retired United Nations official and founder IBTK Foundation. She was joined by Kome Igbogidi, Richard Ojuri, Dr. Letitia Malcolm, Winnie Mangeni, and other distinguished Semaphore ambassadors, all of whom have been strong advocates for artificial intelligence and human dignity. And during his third civil society town hall, World Bank President Ajay Banga fielded a direct question from Inegbedion on how artificial intelligence agents could move development funding from projects to products. turning commitments into tangible impact.
My name is Chase from Semanfo Foundation. My big question is around digitization you mentioned. We're in the era of ChatGPT and AI agents. A lot of organizations have struggled with assessing jobs, like you mentioned. You know, we've had companies like Utiva and technology startups growing in that space. I'm looking at the kind of allocation and funding that can go into AI agent, supporting the works of the World Bank recently to be making sure that people who are civil society can earn more money, can raise more funds, and also get to recruit more people into the job system. Can you talk about the funding approach to see that we can also start plugging into systems like ChatGPT in helping this space? Thank you.
You're talking about funding for civil society.
Funding for civil society in relation to jobs and access to technology where we can use AI agents.
So we've got this whole, as you know, we've got this whole approach called civil something, right? Which is the effort. We've got lots of acronyms, so you'll have to pardon me. I tend to forget the acronyms. I think there's a bigger topic, which is AI in the emerging markets. And if you don't mind, may I take a minute to answer that? I think it's relevant in a bigger picture. Everybody's talking about big AI. That's the ChatGPT kind of stuff. What does big AI need to be successful? It needs computing power, lots of it. It needs electricity, lots of it. It needs data, lots of it. And it needs people who understand how to use all this, many of them. You tell me how many emerging market countries have these four, and I'll give you a medal. You see? So careful with the idea that big AI will somehow allow a developing country to leapfrog. You have to figure out how to enable that big AI or other AI to be useful to a developing country. And that, I'm not certain, is completely clear to me. So small AI, on the other hand, which is a different way of describing tools that can be used at the edge of the network, meaning on your phone, so that the computing power required, the electricity required, and all the stuff you need, the data you need, is much less and much more local and much more manageable. Let me give you an example. If I'm a farmer, and you'll hear this in our agribusiness launch this week. If I'm a farmer in a cooperative in Uttar Pradesh in India, or in Kenya, or in Brazil, and I could point a phone at a disease on the crop I'm growing, I don't need to know the name of the disease. I can't pronounce it anyway. But if I could know that disease equal to that insecticide from my cooperative for $3, that's priceless, right? That's small AI at work for a farmer. I saw it in Uttar Pradesh.
The organization used both platforms to announce its upcoming participation at the United Nations Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha. The discussions underscored Africa's growing role in redefining the global narrative on technology, probing that innovation from the continent is not only transformative but deeply human-centered. Destiny Mama for Business Day.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosibui. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. NNPCI's 20% stake in Dangote Refinery. Nigerian airlines face shrinking routes, low passenger volumes over unfriendly policies, says Grant. Federal government to invest 12 billion naira in digital research project, says Minister. World Bank projects Brent crude to average $60 million. Alonso hails Cassius as best in the world following Anfield highlight reel. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian airlines are struggling to stay afloat with shrinking routes and declining passenger volumes amid a depreciating tax base driven by unfriendly aviation policies. Chief Financial Officer of the Aero Contractors, Charles Grant, revealed that the sector is performing below its potential, with domestic passenger numbers dropping by about 3 million since 2022 despite rising travel demand. Grant attributed the decline to multiple challenges, including fiscal charges, high operating costs, and regulatory bottlenecks, noting that although demand for air travel remains high in Nigeria, local airlines are struggling to compete with foreign carriers that have built viable business models around Nigerian traffic. The CFO raised these concerns during his presentation at the recent Civil Aviation Cost Recovery and Revenue Optimization Stakeholders Retreat in Lagos, insisting that aviation should be expanding. He lamented that the surge in ticket prices multiply fiscal charges and airline costs, pushing passengers to become priced out, noting that peer countries like Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa show consistent growth in domestic traffic in contrast to Nigeria. Still on, the federal government has announced plans to invest 12 billion naira in digital economy research projects, aiming to ensure the country reaps the benefits of digital transformation. The Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, revealed this at the opening ceremony of the 18th edition of the International Conference on Theory and Practices of Electronic Governance in Abuja on Tuesday, organized by the National Information Technology Development Agency. According to Tijani, platforms like IceGov provide nations with the opportunity to explore the potential of emerging technologies while aligning them with effective policies that address societal needs, Vanguard reports. The minister added that the Nigerian participation in the 2024 edition of IceGov underscored the importance of deepening research in the digital economy, adding that the country's impressive performance earned the confidence of international partners to host the 2025 conference. In his words, digital technologies have become central to human existence, stressing that any society that fails to embrace them risks being left behind in development, emphasizing that these technologies should not be viewed merely as economic enablers, but as powerful tools for reshaping and governing modern societies. Also, the federal government has appointed John Wambweze as Nigeria's first tax ombudsman in line with the provisions of the Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Act 2025. A statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, revealed that the appointment reflects the President's broader fiscal reforms agenda aimed at strengthening public confidence in Nigeria's revenue system, improving compliance through fairness and due process. According to reports, Wambweze, who hails from Oshimili South local government area of Delta State, brings decades of experience spanning tax policy, fiscal reforms, and economic governance. Wambweze has served as managing partner of a top tax advisory firm, technical advisor to the Joint Senate Committees on the Federal Capital Territory, and finance and technical advisor to the Chief Economic Advisor to former President Olusegun Obasanjo, among other roles in the public and private sectors. The newly appointed ombudsman holds a doctorate in public administration from Walden University, Minneapolis, a master's degree in accounting from Strayer University, Washington, D.C., and dual bachelor's degree in accounting and mathematics from the University of Jos. Moving on, World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has called for urgent reforms to unlock Africa's trade potential, revealing that it currently costs 20% more for African nations to trade with one another than other countries outside the continent. Okonjo-Iweala lamented that such inefficiencies undermine the purpose of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which was designed to boost intra-African commerce and industrial integration. The DG revealed that despite Africa's enormous potential, including 30% of the world's mineral resources and 67% of its arable land, structural bottlenecks such as weak infrastructure, high logistic costs, and inadequate electricity supply continue to stifle economic growth. In her words, Africa's economy is projected to grow about 4% in 2025, 1% above global growth, saying that the continent must do far more to harness its human capital. Okonjo-Iweala expressed optimism about the growth, innovation among Africa's youth, especially in fintech, agri-tech, and creative industries, describing them as the continent's greatest assets. To end the Nigerian news, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has revealed plans to raise its equity stake in the $20 billion Dangote Petroleum Refinery to 20% as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's domestic refining capacity. The Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC, Bayo Ojulari, revealed this while speaking at the Abu Dhabi International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference 2025, saying the move aligns with NNPCL's long-term strategy to deepen local participation in the energy value chain and ensure energy security. Ojulari's remark reportedly come weeks after the president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, revealed plans to list between 5 and 10% of the refinery's shares on the Nigerian exchange within the next year, mirroring the public listing model of its cement and sugar subsidiaries. According to reports, this announcement comes on the heels of NNPC's ongoing search for technical and equity partners to revive its 3 dominant state-owned refineries in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna. We are now joined by Dipo Oladeyinde, head of Energy BusinessDay's Energy Desk. So, welcome to the show, Mr. Dipo. Okay, so now, what value will the NNPC buying a stake in Dangote's refinery add to the economy?
All right. Good afternoon, Amanda, and good afternoon, everyone, and good to be here once again. So, in terms of value, what we are looking at is, first of all, the refinery is a mega refinery. It's more like the biggest or most important infrastructure in the entire energy space. So it's just expected that the NNPC should be a part of it, and so that's what they are trying to do. So like you mentioned, the refinery is trying to list on the stock exchange next year. So when it's listed, we'll get the true value or the real value of what the refinery excuse me, looks like. And so we'll also have a fair idea of what's the 20% stake, what's the cost implication of it, what it will mean to NNPC. So what is NNPC trying to do? First of all, they are trying to be inside the board of the Dangote refinery. Just try to be inside where the decision-making process is taking place, because again, energy security is a big thing. The refinery basically controls Nigeria. All of Nigeria's energy resources are tied to this refinery. So anything happening within the refinery, it's good the national oil companies are aware of it, and so they can also contribute to their own quota in terms of making sure decisions are made in the best interest of the country, not just decisions that are for profits making, which the refinery is set out to do. So that's one. The second thing is in terms of value. So if you look at the midstream category, all of the country's refineries are currently not operational because of one, technical issues or operational issues. And so it's just expected that the NNPC is trying to operate in the midstream angle of Nigeria's oil and gas sector by investing in that refinery, which a lot of people have always advocated that governments, the NNPC don't have the technical expertise to manage the refinery. So it's okay if they have investments in one or two refineries. So they just monitor the investments and then look at the long-term benefits. But overall, it's in the best interests of the economy.
So we want to know, is there a possibility another private investor can take equity in this refinery apart from the NNPC?
Yeah, well, definitely, because the refinery plan to list on the stock exchange by next year. So apart from NNPC, everyone, I mean, once you are listed, it means everybody can be a part of it. Now, whether everyone can afford it is another conversation. But of course, definitely everyone, apart from NNPC, every Nigerian with access to cash will definitely be able to invest in the refinery. I mean, just like any company listed on the stock exchange. Of course, the share price will be high, and yeah, so that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dipo Olayindende, head of Business Day Energy Desk. We're now going on a quick break and we will bring you the foreign news in details.
Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders, decisions. Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, the World Bank has forecasted that Brent crude oil prices are expected to fall to an average of $60 per barrel in 2026 as global supply continues to outstrip demand, marking a continuation of a multi-year moderation in energy prices. According to reports, the lender predicted that global commodity prices would fall by roughly 7% next year, marking the fourth consecutive annual decline as energy prices are set to lead the downward trend with a projected 10% drop in 2026 following a 12% fall in 2025. The downward pressure on oil prices reportedly reflects subdued global economic activities, persistent trade tensions, and policy uncertainty, and is compounded by ample oil supplies. Brent crude has already dropped 14% in the first 9 months of 2025 amid oversupply and weak demand, particularly from China, while occasional price spikes were recorded due to geopolitical events and U.S. sanctions on Russian oil. The report also highlighted that national gas prices have experienced significant regional variation as US benchmark prices rose 44% year-on-year in the third quarter of 2025 due to strong liquefied natural gas demand, while European prices remained largely unchanged. Also, a United States lawmaker, Riley Moore, has criticized China for cautioning Washington against a proposed military intervention in Nigeria, insisting that Beijing has no authority to dictate America's foreign policy. Moore backed former US President Donald Trump's stance on what Trump described as protecting Christian communities allegedly facing targeted attacks in Nigeria, insisting that the United States had a moral responsibility to defend religious freedom. The lawmaker also accused China of hypocrisy, pointing to Beijing's own human rights record. Moore's comment came after reports that China had warned the United States against what it described as unwarranted interference in Nigeria's internal affairs following Trump's threat of direct military action. Beijing, however, reiterated its support for the Nigerian government, with Chinese Foreign Minister spokesperson Mao Ning telling reporters that China stood by Nigeria's pursuit of a development path suited to its national circumstances. Now to sports. Real Madrid boss Xabi Alonso lavished praises on Thibaut Courtois after the Belgian produced a superb performance in goal against Liverpool. Los Blancos fell to 1-0 loss at Anfield in the Champions League, though the scoreline could have been far worse for Madrid if not for Courtois' heroics, with Alexis McAllister's 61st minute header proving the difference. The Madrid goalkeeper made a whopping 8 saves during the denying, a series of brilliant efforts from Dominik Szoboszlai, marking the first time he has made in at least 5 stops in European match since facing Arsenal in April. Courtois, who famously frustrated Liverpool in the 2021-22 Champions League finals in Paris, conceded with the first shot on target he faced against Marseille in the very first match day of this season's competition, making 19 consecutive saves in Europe before he was beaten with the Reds' 8th shot on target on Tuesday. To end the news, Barcelona striker Robert Lewandowski has confirmed he is fully fit and ready to return to top form after an injury-disrupted start to the season. The 37-year-old Polish forward has struggled with a thigh problem that kept him out of Barcelona's Clásico defeat to Real Madrid in October. According to reports, manager Hansi Flick has also rotated him with Ferran Torres in recent weeks as the veteran striker worked on regaining match fitness. Having missed the opening weeks of the campaign with a muscle injury, Lewandowski made his first start in mid-September, returning as a substitute in Sunday's La Liga win over Elche. The striker is now expected to feature in Wednesday's Champions League clash against Club Brugge, as he admitted that he had been unusual not to feature regularly after leading Barcelona to a domestic treble last season. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Stay tuned for more updates.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka-Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMSI into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, her impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka-Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMSI, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality, an identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry, private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example, you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obona for Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics on BusinessDay TV. I'm Minio Bangiwok. The clamor for increased representation of women in Nigerian political space has once again come to the fore, as stakeholders await the outcome of the reserved seat bill currently before the National Assembly. The bill, also referred to as Additional or Reserved Seat Bill, seek to alter the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide reservation for women in national and state houses of assembly to address the low number of women in the legislature. If passed into law, the bill will address the long-standing concern of women on their representation in governance and decision making by ensuring that these special seats are to be contested and filled by women only as a temporary measure to boost their representation. The bill proposes the creation of one special seat for women per senatorial district and for one per federal constituency to be contested by women in general election, of which they will have the same privilege and responsibilities as existing members. All right, how feasible is that special seat for women? That is what we'll be discussing today on Inside Politics. I have my guests all the way from Ilorin, Kwara State. I have Ahmed Adebowale. He's a civil society actor and gender advocate. I also have joining me from Rivers State is our regular guest, Olalekan Ige, political analyst and also a journalist. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Of course, we had a female supposed to be on the program. You'll be wondering this kind of issues that concern women. We don't have a female registration. We had a woman that's supposed to be on the program, a politician. I guess she had urgent travel to Abuja this morning, so she couldn't join. I'm sure she will be on the program some other time. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Olalekan. Let me just read some of the highlights of the bill being proposed here. I think it has passed through the second reading in the National Assembly in the committee stage now. Some weeks ago, several stakeholders were at the National Assembly to make their input into the bill. One of the highlights of the bill said in the 109 member seats, that's in the Senate now, in each of the 36 states, including the federal capital territory, we have additional senatorial seats reserved for women. That's 37 women will be added to the chamber, to the Senate chamber now, increasing the number of members, senator to 146. In the House of Rep, there will be additional seats for each state and federal capital territory for women, reserved especially for women, meaning 37 more women will be added to the House of Rep, which will bring the number to 397 members. At the subnational level, that's at the state level, state assemblies will have a special seat reserved for women from the 3 senatorial districts for each state, ensuring that more women are elected into the state assemblies. So this does not stop women from contesting for other positions. You can contest, but this special seat that will be created will be for women only. But you can contest for position in the House of Rep, in the Senate, from other 3 senatorial positions which existed before, and the House of Rep seats. Women can also contest. Mr. Olalekan, what is your take on this bill?
Well, I don't think there's anything bad in it. If you have to increase women representation in the parliament, I'm in favor of it. I'm sure you know this has its own advantages and disadvantages. But then, if we look at it on a balance of scale, I think the advantages far outweigh the disadvantage. So I'm completely in support for us to have more women in parliament. I'm in support of it.
Ahmed, all the way from Ilorin, you have been a gender advocate. You've been advocating for this for some time. What has been the issue over the years? We've seen few number of Nigerian women elected into. The number has dropped since 1999. Since the beginning of the Fourth Republic, we had, I think in 1999, we had 15 women were elected into the National Assembly. And I think we had 3 in the Senate and 12 in the House of Rep. In the 5th Assembly, 203 to 207, we had 27 women elected into the National Assembly. In the 6th Assembly, in 2007 to 2011, we had 34 women, about 7.2%. In 2011 to 2015, we have 26 women elected into Nigeria Parliament, about 5.5%. In 2015 to 2019, we have 23 women. That's the 8th Assembly now. 23 women elected, 5%. In the 9th Assembly, 2019 to 2023, the number come down again to 21 women, 4.5%. In the fourth, as the 10th assembly, which we are now, 2023 to 2027, we have only 18 women in the National Assembly, 4 senators, and 14 House of Rep member. What is your take, sir? Ahmed.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Mr. Olaleke and the rest of. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. It's an opportunity, right? And it's not a very brilliant question if you ask me, because over the years we've been clamoring for women representation in our political system, and such a very that kind of bill is actually coming at a very critical time where we are having a decline in women representation, not even in politics alone, in all spaces of life. We see it's only civil society organization that we have, women that we are not actually discriminating most of the time, do not necessarily or most of the time discriminate against them. But when you see in every other facet of life, you discover that women have discriminated, particularly to get to some certain position. Now let's talk about politics. Given the numbers, the data that you have been given this morning, you discover that we have actually, recorded a decline in representation. So this is a very, critical bill. And the arrangement of how many people are going to be represented is actually also good, because it's going to reflect the reality of our country, so that it's going to create a balance required to see everybody in every region, being represented, particularly women in that region. Thank you.
All right. We also have Adenike Ajiboye joining us. She's a political analyst and a broadcaster here in Lagos State. Good to have you. Good afternoon, Adenike.
Good afternoon. Good to join you on the program.
Of course, you can't discuss issues that concern women, and you don't have them joining you on the program. So I have to make sure. Thank God you joined us.
All right, that's
this is an issue that concerns women, and you're a woman.
Yes, well, I must say this is a very good topic. We look at Africa. Let's look at Africa. Female representation, really, the rate is quite low, and the reason is not far-fetched. Judging from the National Assembly, talking about the 2023 National Assembly, you found out that out of the 109 Senate seats, you have only about 3% of women. 3, yes. And if you look at the House of Representatives, right, out of the 360, you have only 17 females. And I think this is quite low, which is about 4.5%. But if you look at African countries like Rwanda, you find that they have about 61%, while in South Africa, it is about 4.5.
Yeah, 46%.
I think 45%.
Yeah. Continue.
Hello?
Continue. You can continue. I'm hearing you.
So for me, I feel the time is right, and I feel that women should be encouraged, and I also feel that we should start from the political parties themselves. You will understand, or you realize that in most cases, even judging from the funds of these parties, these political parties, when you are contesting for one position or the other, the money is way too much. And then you find out eventually most women cannot really afford these amounts of money. So there's a lot of, challenges that is, not making women to come forward. And even when they come forward, who are those supporting them? You find out that politics in Nigeria, it's still very difficult for you to separate money politics from it. So you just have to have enough money, because when you look at funds of millions of naira, how many women can actually afford this? You understand me? And even when you look at different careers, you begin to wonder how females will come out. So women have been relegated to the background. And talking about gender equity, I think it would just be right for more women to be supported and having seats at the parliament.
All right. Let me go to Ahmed now, who has been a gender advocate for a while. What is Sean Ilori there? I know contesting and winning election in Nigeria has become difficult for women because of the violence and so much involved. Nika just raised the issue of money politics, which have also affected the number of women who are contesting and winning election. Our political system has been monetized over the years. If you don't have billions or somebody money back sponsoring somewhere, you can never. It's very difficult for you to win election. Considering the huge amount of money involved in winning, even to buy party form, to buy ticket, you have to pay so much. Not talk of having a polling agent across the state. We are contesting for a governor. What is the situation in Kwara State? What is your experience monitoring election that women have contested? What have stopped them over the years from winning election?
The question is for me, right?
Yes, Ahmed, yes.
All right, thank you so much. Because I was trying to get the question, you were asking what has been the
challenge women have faced, women position have faced, yes,
for women to contest elections.
What has been the challenge they have faced
the money
winning
yes,
election?
apart from the money politics that has been in existence, there's also cultural norms that relegate women from participating to lead position, particularly in Kwara State. Because of the understanding that as a woman you have to be in your husband's kitchen. Your responsibilities, you're not supposed to be at that front, and that is what is happening. That is what, even if we actually, as civil regulation, we are championing gender equality. It is always we're always very, very careful because it is that kind of conversation is sensitive in Kwara State. Gender equality is a sensitive conversation in Kwara State, particularly when you're talking about environment that are core. So most of the time, it also affects the political landscape and giving an opportunity for women to participate in election. So apart from the money part of it, the fact that why should it be a governor? Why should women be our representative? Why should this be this? It's also there. So that is the challenge that has been in existence.
Of the religious nature. I mean, Islam and all that. High school in Ilorin, I understand now.
Of course, connected with cultural understanding or context in that environment. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Rivers State and speak to Ale Koinge. Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
In the south, yeah, there seem to be, try the south. Women, we are seeing more women contest election. There's no, I think the cultural barriers have not there, but you can't say compared to what we have in Kwara State, the north, that Ahmed is talking about. What is the situation in Kwara, in Rivers State, women contesting election and winning? What have held them back, and how has it been? In recent years, it's seen a drop in number of women.
It's been that of a mixed reaction.
Yes,
I would say that in the present House of Assembly in Rivers State, I think we have just about 2 women, in the Rivers State House of Assembly.
How many members do we have in the House?
There are 32 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Presently, I think we just have only 2 women in the Rivers State, House of Assembly.
Wow.
And out of the 13 House of Reps states that we have in Rivers State, only one is a woman. Then out of the 3 senatorial seats in the Rivers State, 1 is a woman. So out of the 3 senators, we have 1 that is a woman. Out of the 13 House of Rep seats, we have 1 that is a woman. And out of the 32 member Rivers State House of Assembly, we have 2 that are women. However, recently, local government elections were conducted in Rivers State, and all the vice chairmen of the 23 local governments in Rivers State are women. So you could say, in terms of local government administration, women have some inroads because of the 23 local government vice chairman, 23 are female women. Are women.
Okay, all of them are women. All the vice chairmen are women. It was reserved for women.
23 vice chairmen. Yes.
Wow.
All the 23 vice chairmen are women. So you could say, look, they'll be able to make a a major inroads,
a major
into
breakthrough.
Governments at the,
Yes.
at the local government level. And I can say that of all the local governments, too, at least 3 women are councillors in each of the local government areas. There was a consensus, effort to at least have 3 women in each of the local government areas. So if you look at it very well, there are 319 wards, 319 electoral wards in Rivers State, and out of that 319, we have about 69 or 70 or thereabout, that are women.
Okay, do you think without this legislation in place, women can win election? Can they? You think we can't do without it? Because you just mentioned the example of Rivers State, where you say maybe it appears there was a special agreement that all the vice should be women. Do you think this is what we need across the country? And without this, it will be difficult. Just like the numbers are telling us now, there's a drop in number of women who are elected into the parliament at the federal, at the state level.
Sure.
Do you think without this? Do you think without this drop, without these laws in place, or with agreement like this in place, the situation will not improve, or may get worse?
No, I think a law reserving seats for women in the parliament will strengthen their position. Remember that it is the political parties that are vehicles. They are the platforms upon which people aspire into elective positions. And without making it a law, you'll find out that a lot of political parties may still foot drag, especially when it comes to giving opportunities for women to contest election. But we have a law. A law now makes it mandatory. And I hope and pray that in that law, it also be clearly stated that any political party that does not fulfill the requirements as stated by the law, for women to contest election, such political party should not be allowed to contest general elections in Nigeria. We need to put a clause that will ensure that so political parties are now forced, by the law to have women, contest for elective position. Because without that, some political parties may not even want to pay. But once they know that it's mandatory,
yes,
to have such a reservation, once they know that it's mandatory for them to have it and be able to contest general election, I'm sure political parties will now make it mandatory to ensure that they fulfill what the law says before they can contest for general elections.
Let me go to Nike. Nike, you're in Lagos State. I know you've covered so many elections here in Lagos State. But I also know that the Lagos State House of Assembly, we have only 3, I think maybe 40 members, we have only 3 who are women. And we know the challenges that women have faced in contesting election in Lagos State. What has been your experience so far? Women who have contested election, some of the challenges they faced, and why we have this number. Hello, Nike. Are you there? Hello? Hello, Nike. We seem to have lost Nike there. Okay. Let me go back to Ahmed. Ahmed.
Yes, I'm with you.
All right. So are you confident that that this situation can change? Do you believe in what Olalekan just said, that we need a sort of, there's a university was just making a point where there was an agreement where that all the vice vice chairman should be women, female. Do you think that is what we need to change these numbers?
Thank you so much.
Without this, probably the number will get worse. Things will not change.
The reason, to begin with, I align with what Mr. Olalekan said, because even from the standpoint of a civil society organization person, CSO person, I can tell you that most of the time we're always interested in policy change, policy advocacy, because we believe that with that, it's going to be binded in law, not just in good faith. So we don't want to leave the fate of our women into just a set of people deciding, okay, you go there, you go and you cannot take this particular role, go to something lesser. So when law is now, binding them to do the needful, to give women equal representation as expected, I think that way is going to also give them that sense of belonging required. And about whether or not it's going to, cause just number growing and all of that. You see, for me, we have the numbers. And when you look at it also, we discover that the numbers that are even representing us, when you look at the standpoint, you see, for instance now, from Kwara State now, we have 3 senatorial districts, Kwara North, Kwara South, and Kwara Central. So the Kwara Central 4 local government, Kwara North 4 local governments, and Kwara South, we have close to 7 local governments. So now, talking about that kind of arrangement, we can still try to modify to be able to, integrate women, not necessarily have additional number. We can probably, maybe there's a way they go about it to be able to have a balance, to be able to have women, being represented. That way, whatever that has to do with women will be able to champion, advance the cause as it pains them. Because even we that we are actually advocating for gender, for women gender, we discover that we are being seen as most of the time, looking at where we are in learning, for instance, women rapper, people that are, they don't have a voice. Why women? Because we believe women should also have a say. So that is the thing. So when the law is binding this particular idea, it's going to give that balance and also give them a room to have a voice where it is needed.
Do we have Nika back? Nika, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I was just asking, our time is almost over. I was just asking what the situation in Lagos State. What has been the situation in Lagos State? I know we have only 3 members in the Lagos State Assembly who are female. Quickly, within 1 minute, could you tell us, you've been covering the election for so many years now. What has been the challenge women have faced? I know violence is pronounced in our election. What has been your experience so far that have held women back? On the field report now.
Well, like I told you earlier, I talked about the funds aspect.
Beyond the funds aspect.
Culture, I think culture also plays a role in the sense that there are so many people who believe, for instance, talk about churches, talk about mosques. These religions, sometimes they've always give prominence to men. And so for many of them, they feel that there are certain positions that women are meant to, occupy or hold. You understand? And so I think they've also brought this into this religious, perception into politics, which I think shouldn't be. Now, let's also look at our democracy. Honestly, if you ask me, democracy cannot mature to the level you and I are expecting if we don't have, high percentage of women representation when it comes to our parliament. For instance, even in our homes, you will find that for any home to be to continue to grow aright in terms of talk about even the man. You agree with me? There's a saying that says behind every successful man, there's a woman. So if we have this mentality that there's a lot a woman can do, then we will begin to see reason why women must be well represented.
All right. Let me cut you there due to time. You can't run away from the fact that you have to solve these things. Some of the issues that look at what happened in 2023 election. Some of the challenges, the violence that was unleashed on the voters. How will a woman be able to? A lot of people were afraid to come out. Actually, I think these are the issues I wanted you to say.
Academic experience then, because even the society, there's a lot of sensitization that we should begin to do, because even the ordinary market woman, the ordinary man on the streets, they all believe that it is the man that can spend the money. So there's no way, there's no background a woman is coming from. In most cases, you still have to have the support of the male politicians. If the male politicians are not giving you support, then it's a problem. You can't even have your space there. Do you understand? So, but I think going forward, what should be is that there should be a kind of quota right from the political parties in their primaries. They should give them a percentage that must be occupied by women. I think that is just the right place to start. Once they know that social percentage has been given for women in parliament, then they will know that they will have to give these women opportunity for them to contest. Either they have the money or not. Either they reduce the form amount for women in comparison to the men, because how many women are even ready to go? Another one is timing. Do you understand? Most women, again, they want to, they want to be responsible in their homes. And what time do politicians also meet? You are talking of
1
wee
a.m.
hours.
1
And this is what many
a.m.
people cannot
2 a.m. That is when they
do.
meet. 1 a.m. 2
Then they have their meetings. And the society also believes a lot of women in politics, they tag them as prostitutes. Do you understand? So there are so many issues to deal with for women to begin to take their place and be well represented in parliament.
All right, thank you very much. Our time is up. Let me just go to Olalekan. But a lot of people believe this bill will not be passed by the National Assembly. We saw similar bill being knocked down National Assembly in 2022. I don't know if you have any reservations about this bill. Just within a seconds, do you have any reservation that this bill will be passed by the National Assembly?
I don't have any reservations. I think for now everything is on course. I think women should also start some subtle advocacy. The wife of the president is a woman. They can begin to advocate, get across. Of course, women are powerful enough to be able to influence certain decisions in their favor. So while the bill is going on in the National Assembly, they can begin to lobby and advocate, lobby powerful people to support the bill at the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. We're looking at the visibility of special seats for women by the bill in National Assembly, which is being worked on, and stakeholders have actually made input. A lot of us are hoping that National Assembly can pass that, because the numbers are not smiling. Of course, Nigeria is not even in the top 30 countries in Africa when you talk about women representation in politics at the national level, with 3.83% of women that we have at the parliament level, both at the state and at the federal level. Nigeria is not within the first 30 in Africa. That's the program for this week. My name is Inyo Bongiwo. You can tune in to your YouTube channel to watch our previous editions. Stay tuned to BusinessDay Television. Good afternoon.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss issues around our country, issues of national. Of course, we try and break them down with the implication of such issues in our polity, in our economy. My name is Joshua Bassi, and as usual in the studio, I have with me two gentlemen who are going to discuss the issues that we have today together. I have the Deputy Editor of Business Day, Mr. Odinaka Anodu. Of course, joining us also is the usual Mr. Chuka Uroko, is the Assistant Editor here in Business Day.
Thank you for inviting me.
So, gentlemen, welcome. Today we are going to look at two issues, two burning issues. You may call them that, of course. The first is the tweet by the United States President Donald Trump on Saturday. That was 1st of November. The United States President Donald Trump sent out a tweet, and that tweet has continued to generate reactions across not only Nigeria, in fact across the world. Because we've seen some other countries also reacting to. What did he say? Trump, said in his tweet that if the Nigerian government does not stop the killing of Christians, that the United States might be forced to withdraw aids to Nigeria, and may even go further to come in gun blazing and to stop it by themselves. That since Saturday, there's been so many reactions from the Nigerian government, from individuals, from people across the world, and then saying, look, You can't do this. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. United States is a sovereign nation. You can't just threaten. But of course, we know Trump is not someone that probably really play strictly by international convention. So it's one person that is known to do what you just want to do. I mean, some have said, look, this man is a bully. Okay, so we're going to discuss that, and of course, finally, we're just going to look at also very briefly the defection of the governor of Bayelsa State, Duoye Jerry, to the APC from the PDP, a situation that has left the PDP with just 8 governors as we speak. And of course, we are even hearing that some may still defect to the APC, and then you wonder where that leaves us as a country. I mean, as a democratic nation. But Odinaka, I'm going to start with you today. We just basically want to look at the implication of President Trump's, threats, as it were, to withdraw 8 military aid and what have you from Nigeria, and probably send his troop, as it were, to maybe do this thing by themselves if the Nigerian government does not stop the killing of Christian, and alleged killing of Christian, because there have been argument as to whether it is only Christian that are being killed or that Muslims are also being killed. But the point truly remains that Nigerians are being killed, whether they are Muslim, whether they are Christian, that are these killings are going on, and that in some cases you cannot really say that there's no targeted killing of maybe Christians in the north. But let me start with you. One of the things that Trump said that actually I felt like, come on, I mean, we are, no matter what, we are still a sovereign nation, was the fact that where he said, referred to Nigeria as disgrace country. How did you receive that, Odinaka?
Well, I don't think that there's anything strange. When leaders fail to do their job, what do you expect? I mean, leaders are employed by the citizens to do their job, and when they don't do their job, they are to tell them it's wrong. That country is disgraceful. So,
are you citing Trump on this?
I'm coming.
Calling us the disgrace
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. When leaders don't do their job, for instance, how does it take a leader for a number of times, and I'm not talking about this current administration, therefore it's referring to Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria, of course.
Nigerian leaders have been acting disgracefully. For example, you have a Boko Haram war. Okay, let me give you an example. In 2015, from weeks before the election, people of Jonathan said to give him 2 weeks. Military criminals, those terrorists, He didn't do it. He got mercenaries and they put them out. They looted them out, sorry. So many people in the north tell you that there was substantial progress. But things that didn't happen over 2 weeks. After that, when he left, when he was there in 2015, those mercenaries left control. It worked for 2 weeks. When he didn't return, the next administration, the man who said he was a soldier. Isn't that a disgraceful thing that hundreds of thousands of people have been killed in Nigeria, and the leaders will only issue press conferences from them? So forget about those terms. We are the ones that the ones describe Nigeria as shithole. Who would begin to do dumb things as leaders? We don't expect the external forces to respect us. We don't expect the external forces. Before you mention this graceful country, you can imagine a situation where.
Sorry, you also once referred to our late president as a lifeless.
No, I'm not talking about because man is no longer alive. I'm talking about what it describes Nigeria as, when it describes Nigeria as a disgraceful country. The point remains that we've been acting consistently in this disgraceful manner. So communities, the governor of Plateau State once said, I remember he said that 64 communities in Plateau were under the captivity of the one state called families these days. How do you describe that? We have soldiers they have the resources, they have the budgets every year, annual budgets. So, and anytime we want to solve a problem, somebody believes in religion, these are dumb things. When you don't describe it, maybe it takes a foreign country to tell us what we are. We're a disgraceful country. Because we can't do simple things that other nations do. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me come to you. When Trump described us as disgrace country, how do you see that?
I think the man was just blunt, and he called a spade a spade. Nigeria, if we say, he said disgraced country. In a number of ways, we have disgraced ourselves. Perhaps not only at even the leadership level, even as followers. Take, for instance, the one that actually can fit us into that description is, in Katsina, it was reported that government officials and bandits were sitting in a meeting and discussing how to bring about peace in that community that is just overrun by bandits. Then you know that these people are people that the state should be looking out for, to arrest them and do whatever they can with them. Rather than do that, government was sitting in a meeting and negotiating how much do we give you so that we don't kill our people again. And it is the duty of government to protect lives and property. No matter how small anybody is, government has that duty to protect the life of that person. In this country, the only people that matter, whose lives matter to the government, are the lives of government officials, lives of privileged people. So, and you remember that when a number of people were killed in Benue State, the one that raised global uproar, the president of the country didn't go until maybe after 3 or 4 days. And when he went there, there was a fanfare. He was received like a hero. And rather than even talking in a tough way, taking tough actions, he went there and shifted the action of whatever should be done to the people. So these are aspects of failure of government. And they are enough to let anybody say that the country is disgraced, because it disgraced our people with our actions, with our utterances. Then let's just take a step back to when we had a military ruler as a civilian president. That was Buhari. People had expected that when Buhari stepped into power, the next thing he was going to do was to decimate these bandit terrorists or whatever name you call them. But he was there for 80 years. An army general. And he could not kill, there was no report of any one bandit that was killed during his tenure. And then this other one has now come, and the same story is still being happened. Let us forget even security and come to our political life. Look at what the governors are doing. Everybody is all moving towards one direction, as if there's nothing again anybody can do. But don't forget that the present president was a major opposition and never defected to anywhere. Now that he's the president and he wants everybody to come and join him. Why is every governor going to one party? Every governor. You hear somebody talking about the party in power, talking very bad about the power. Tomorrow, the same person will just come again and say this. So, if Trump said we're a disgraced country, I think that should fits us very well.
Remember that in the last administration, I really hit the Boko Haram and the so-called bandits who are terrorists. The last president, the late president, the late woman of the last Afghanistan. Hope you know it's true. Google it and see what it means. $1 billion at the height of foreign exchange scarcity. Is that not only a disgraceful act? So there are sometimes when you look at over time,
as a country,
and it's not just a particular word. He was not referring to Buhari. He was referring to so many things that he has said over time about Nigeria. So he was only acting on information.
Okay, let me come back to you again. We've seen the threats by Trump, already beginning to have some economic implication, in the country, and we've seen the, So what do you think? We really don't pray this, goes beyond what it is now. What further economic implication do you think this could have on the economy?
There are several implications, economic implications, and political implications, and all that. But let me look at today. Yesterday we reported, slump in some Nigerian assets, whether it is Naira, basically Nigerian assets, Naira, Eurobonds, stock market, and the rest. And today, again, they are particularly in stock market slump today, and the Naira too is neither here nor there. So that's what's one aspect of the implications we're talking about. But another one is the fact that Nigeria will no longer, I doubt if Nigeria can secure, warships for America or, the weapons needed to fight Boko Haram now. Because before Trump said it in public, his ministers and officials of that government must have blacklisted Nigeria because we're already in control of special concern. Particular concern. So it's very difficult for Nigeria to now buy arms and ammunition from the United States. That I'm sure. So another thing is the fact that if I'm a foreign investor now, and your countries, and somebody designates your country as a country of particular concern, I'm going to dump your assets. In fact, if I have your portfolio, I will dump it and look for another, because people may not understand the implications of those pronouncements. If I want to invest in my village now, and the governor of the state, let's say, for whatever reason, somebody tells you that particular village have people in that, there are people in that village who are murderers, who are killers, and you are an investor, want to set up a hospital in that particular community, will you go into that community? You'll be afraid of your life. That's exactly the way it works in economics. So if you make pronouncements like, this country is killing Christians, so the implication is that there is no fairness in that country. The implication is that there is risk in that country, because there can be war at any time, there can be crisis in that country, and I don't want to lose my money. I want to set up a hospital in that community. This is exactly how investors think. They look at the risk factors, they look at return on how will they be able to take their money they invest. So once you create an uncertainty in a market, because market works in sentiments, it's about sentiments. Once you create an uncertainty in a particular market, which Trump has already done, so many things are no longer going to be the same. If this is not managed properly, all these reforms that this government has been trumpeting will turn upside down. Because it's already beginning to happen. Nobody knows when it will end. Yes, people have said it's not going to be permanent, but it also depends on Trump and Nigerian government. Because imagine if Trump comes on Wednesday again and then goes and posts something else around Nigeria, it's say they don't deal. So, and then you cannot predict Trump, who is flippant. You can say anything at any time and do anything at any time. So, once.
Okay, some people have said, look, Trump don't pretend to love Nigerians, and particularly Nigerian Christians. That there could be some undertone. I mean, that just using the killing of Christian allegedly, as just to front it. I mean, there could be some other. Don't forget the fact that he had asked Nigeria to accept the people he was going to deport from the United States, and Nigeria said no, we can't do that. Look at, do you see beyond this killing of a Christian in Nigeria, do you think that there could be some other thing that Trump would have, consider?
Well, it's difficult to say this, whether yes or no, but since this pronouncement by Trump, a lot of people have been saying a lot of things. Some people say that maybe there's more to it than just the killing of Christians. Some people look at the economic interest that America may have in Nigeria. And especially particularly oil, because they refer to what it did in Venezuela and one other oil state like that. Maybe Nigeria is the next one. But whatever is the case, I think whatever anybody may think about what Trump said, it defines Nigeria perfectly. Because the man is not talking from, a lot of people have been afraid to say what Trump said. Not that people don't know that people don't know what is happening here or don't see what is happening here.
It's just that people don't want to.
People don't just want to say, "Oh, I'm the one who said it." But because Trump is an international watchdog or somebody who sees himself as an international policeman, he can come and talk. He can talk anyhow and get away with it. Perhaps if it were a Ghanaian president that said this, everywhere I would have been boiling now. But look at it, because it is a Trump, everybody is calm. People are now thinking that, there's a fire on the mountain. Because if you don't listen to this man, a lot could happen. And a lot of people know the character or the person of Donald Trump, that he may not be playing with what he's saying. He can just do it and damn the consequence. So perhaps there could be more to it, but it's difficult to establish that. People are just making conjectural statements that, but what happened in Venezuela or one other country like that is likely to happen to Nigeria because of economic interest that the country may have, the president of the United States of America may have in Nigeria. So that is just at the level of debate and conjecture.
Thank you. Odinaka, Nigeria surely has a responsibility to avert whatever it is that Trump or the United States, can do or may want to do. I mean, it's our responsibility as a nation to ensure that whatever it is that Trump may have in mind to do, or the United States may have in mind to do, does not happen. And so I want to ask you, what do you think at this point we should, as a nation, as a country, if you were to sit down with the president or the leadership of the nation to say, look, these are the steps the state, to avert whatever could come. What do you think this will be?
First of all, let me start by saying that this current government repeated the mistakes of the past government. When Buhari came, it took time, about 6 months, to appoint ministers. Now, Tinubu has appointed ministers, but he failed to appoint ambassadors. So the first thing the government should do is appoint an experienced ambassador. This one is not about politics, so don't go and pick a politician from anywhere and then make you an ambassador to the United States. Go and pick an experienced, career diplomat, and then put him there. In fact, put someone who is possibly a dual citizen, a citizen of America and Nigeria too, because Trump will listen if he's a citizen of that country. So, or maybe if he doesn't listen, those officials of the government will listen that, well, this is one of us. So that's the first thing. The second thing is any relationship with this government,
the United
States. He has not visited America since Trump became president. It's not compulsory. But what I'm saying is in the context of relationships. So we've seen a lot of some African leaders like South Africa, Ghana, they've met Trump, but Nigeria has not really had.
But when the South African president went there, Trump practically disgraced.
But it doesn't matter. The truth of the matter is that if you look at Ukraine president, the first time he went, he disgraced him. But today, they are more of friends. So, and the same thing is also applicable to the South African president. It wasn't very easy cordial. They weren't cordial from the outset, but now they are beginning to talk about business. So the government, we have not started that process. So what we can do is to appoint ambassadors is to establish some level of relationship with the government by, one also mentioned, sending our wise men,
Yes,
older men. It's also very important. These are men that are known in the international diplomacy space. Anyoko, Akinyemi, these are old men, experienced and respected. Send them there. But I think there's a need for us to begin to have better relationship with America. We don't have that kind of relationship because Trump, yeah, you cannot predict Trump, but again, if Trump wants a nation he will do business with. So this is something that people are suspecting. It's like Mr. Chuka pointed out, everything is all about speculation. But people are saying that, I don't know whether it is true or not, or part of the speculations is that Tinubu contributed money to support Kamala Harris as a Democratic candidate. So another school of thought says that
those are mere allegations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Speculation.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying. So these are just allegations. But you know, there can also be truth in this. When you create that vacuum for speculation, you need people with nothing other than to believe it. So another thing is also the fact that okay, there are other speculations too, but I think they are all in that arena of speculation. But the most important thing is that we need to begin to speak with Americans. There are so many things we will benefit from America. One of which is AGOA. You know, AGOA has been on, now it has expired. It's Africa. But the truth of the matter is that Nigeria should be one of the biggest
beneficiaries.
You understand? Let's open that window. There are many Nigerians who are in America who are going to help him if he wants to meet Trump. Every time you see, when you begin to see the press releases now and the things that are circulating in the media, the one we just saw, where someone was saying that the president just spoke with Mr. Trump. We address Nigerians. These are not necessary. No, that must be coming from the government circle. But it doesn't make sense. What we need now is to first of all appoint.
Yeah, but they debunked that data.
No, today.
Okay, again.
Not yesterday, today. So even now, before we started this program, so the first thing is to appoint an experienced ambassador. The second thing is to begin to have some form of relationship with the United States of America. Trump is not predictable. You don't know the next. I'm afraid that the next thing we do, we turn these reforms upside down. I hope he doesn't do them.
Yeah. Okay. Chuka, one other thing that clearly, especially for me, is I have seen this is not good enough. We've seen non-state actors beginning to just say all kinds of things, rather than just look for a very allowing government to, use diplomatic way, to get this, address this issue. We've seen Shegumi, who, in my view, this is someone that even the Saudi Arabia has not allowed him come to that country. We've seen someone like Asai Dokubo, ex-militant. We've seen someone like Fani Kayode. These are people that a lot of people just look at from, what should this kind of people I'm not, they are respected in their, but then as far as this government is concerned, they are non-state actors. What do you think government should government, rein people like this in and allow that so that this is official communication between Nigeria and the United States, in finding a solution to that? Just people just talking from, different, and they're making what looks like inciting statements to say that could further, wasn't this, relationship with Nigeria and the United States?
Thank you so much for that question. But this is not unexpected in a country like Nigeria, where one's leadership doesn't relate very well with the people. They normally look for people like this to enable them achieve what they want to achieve. In a country like Nigeria, you hear non-state actors, as you have just mentioned some of them, saying certain things that ordinarily in a normal run of events, in a normal society, you should not hear. But they say it and get away with it. One of the people who I just mentioned is known to be hobnobbing with the bandits. He goes and discusses. He goes and discusses with them and comes to tell the government what bandits wants done for them. So when such people do those kind of things and get away with them, we can expect that they can just say anything because they know that nothing will happen. Ordinarily, in a sensitive situation like this, government will be the one, selected or approved government officials will be the one talking about this in a very well coordinated manner. In such a, because it was even one of the president's statements, according to sources, that actually annoyed the United States president, that actually had to say what he said. And then you hear now people who are not even in government talking. This kind of thing is capable of still enraging the man who is already annoyed. So for me, I think these people should be kept where they belong. They should be talking for the government, not for the country as a whole. But they just come out and say things and nothing happens. By now, such people should be advised or invited by government to say, please, don't help us. We don't need we don't need your help in this circumstance. Because they can say certain things that nobody sent them, nobody directed them, and they don't say it the way it can even make things, to bring things to normalcy. They just say because, oh, this is the way I feel about it. Some people tell you America doesn't have any right to. Who says that? America won't have right where things are done properly.
No, but I listened. I listened to one international diplomat. The man said that in international diplomacy, might is everything.
Yes, but it's true.
So it's a case of where
it's true.
We're a sovereign nation, but might is everything.
Yeah, because these powerful nations, powerful nations will just act because they know that.
Does Israel have any right to
particularly now that the United Nations is weak, it's no longer as.
All those things are just existing as I don't know, by name. Because these powerful nations will do things and damn it. And you find that even in Nigeria, such impunity reigns high in this place. We're just talking about impunity. People know that this kind of thing, if you say it, oh, you go against the law, you go against whatever is, but they know that if I do it, then nothing will happen. Like what the non-state actors are talking about. They are just driven by impunity.
But again, let me intervene. My opinion is this. Don't stop people from talking. And those guys don't claim to be speaking on behalf of government. So we won't close their mouth. Most of them are, I know most of them are, they like those issues. Some of them will tell you that we will fight if it's an opportunity. One of them, I think I saw his tweet, we will fight if it's an. So I don't know what you will fight with, whether you will fight with his bare hands or fight a rocket is coming to you and you want to fight with bare hands. But these are just mouths,
Yeah, so I get, but there's a need to allow.
What is more important? What is more important here is who the government listens to. Tinubu is wise. I can give it to him. He cannot be listening to these people you mentioned. He knows the people we will listen to. That's what matters. There are so many things in the public space, but who does the government listen to? That's what matters. So if the government chooses to listen to these people, I mean, I've not even all of them, three of them. If you look at the way they have been treated with this government, by this government, you notice that the government does not even care about them. I mean, this guy in Nigeria has had cause to even come out and criticize the president because he's sidelining him or his people. So I'm not sure he will be listening to those people. You understand?
Exactly. Okay. Thank you, Chuka. Thank you, Dinaka. But just before we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we wrap up with the defection of Governor Diri to the APC. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Welcome back. This is still the Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss some key issues, especially current affairs as it is right now in Nigeria. In the last 20, 30 minutes or so, we've been discussing the implication of President Trump's threats to Nigeria over the alleged killing of Christians. Well, we just hope that the government will be able, the Nigerian government will be able to, reach out to the United States government and then find a way to bring some kind of solution such that the economy does not suffer. The progress made so far by the Tinubu administration does not suffer setback as a result of what it is that the United States president is talking about. Gentlemen, just before we go, we've seen defection upon defection. We've seen, the last one now is the governor of Bayelsa State, who has also now defected to the APC. We saw the governor of the Delta State the other time. We saw the governor of Akwa Ibom State. And there are more. I mean, from what we are hearing, I mean, even the governor of Taraba State, we also hearing issue Abu Kefas. We also hearing, but it might, also defect before maybe by next or so.
What about Plateau?
And then, of course, gentlemen, where does this lead us as a nation? And I'm saying as a nation, as a democratic nation. It's very clear now that we might be heading the direction of one party state. I don't know. But again, I mean, as we speak, we have just 8 governors left in the PDP. And this is just 8. Yeah, this is a party that at the time in this country, the biggest party, they used to call themselves the biggest party in Africa. In Africa. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and of course, at the time, I think they were even controlling like 28 states or thereabout. That's true. Yeah. During Jonathan in the 2011, I think they controlled like 23 states. Today, PDP has reduced to just 8 states, and like I said, more are likely to leave. Joker, let me start with you. What is happening to the PDP? This was a party that was in control, that was in control of this nation for 16 years.
I don't think there's anything so special that's happening to that party. What is really happening is that personal interest, is growing by the day. Because some of these people who are governors that are living with their cabinets, with the entire structure of their former party, to the opposition,
including members of the state
everybody, is that the people actually following the governors fail to understand or see the bigger picture. These governors are just trying to protect their interests after their term as governors. Because if you look at some of those of them who are on second term, what they are now planning, those in first term are trying to make sure that they retain they come back in second term. Those who are in second term are trying to after second term, what do I do next? I think the Senate is the next destination.
No, but they will lose their immunity. So people have talked about the possibility of EFCC coming up.
And not only that, they still want to remain relevant. And to remain relevant, to have to stay. You know that majority of people in the Senate are former governors. So for you to even win election as a former governor, you have to align with the ruling party. So most of these governors are not really pursuing the interests of the people or of their states. It's about the self. What becomes of me as a second-term governorship aspirant, or what becomes of me as a Senate aspirant, a senator aspirant. So they are really working for themselves and not for the people. So for me, PDP is not suffering anything so special. It's just about the interest of individual who populate that party overrides that of the party.
Okay. Odinaka, as we wrap up, just in a couple of seconds, we've seen these governors moving out of the PDP into APC, and one reason that almost all of them, have cited is that they want to ensure that their states benefits
from the
maximally, by aligning with the center. So I ask you, it doesn't mean that state cannot grow, state cannot do what it is that they have to do, and then develop their state
what has the most
without aligning with the center, because that's all.
That's what I'm asking you now. What has Imo State benefited from being a APC?
Interestingly, you are from Imo State.
What has Ogun State benefited from being an APC? All of these things are just noise. They are not. They are only moving there because they feel that President Tinubu is winning them. That's simple. APC is just winning them because they've seen that their house is a crisis. That's simple. There's nothing, and it's not to benefit those states. It's actually their personal political interests. Tell me why Due he is concluding his tenure. He's moving to APC because he still wants to be relevant. Having seen that his party has no future, because that party, I always maintain that party is dead. Remember the last time we were here, I spoke about one party. Now it's becoming very clear that by 2027, probably, just like Father said, there might be 4 or 5 governors there. And one of them might like Shehu Makinde might try to pick a ticket. And that's just to test run. Because they won't do anything.
And that's if Wike allows him.
That's if Wike allows. So don't be surprised that Wike might be the presidential candidate.
Yeah, it's
and
very
possible. Kill the party
it's
off.
Very possible. Yeah.
Kill the party off.
It's very possible.
So they have already killed that party.
All right.
And I don't blame Wike. I always say that I don't blame Wike. I blame a party that failed to abide by some of the agreements of their founding fathers. I keep on saying that Atiku Abubakar should never have contested that 2023 election. He should never have contested that election. He's the cause of this crisis. Now he has moved to elsewhere and they are dying.
All right. Thank you, Dinaka. Thank you,
Thank you so much.
It's been a very interesting session discussing with you guys on what it is that Trump has threatened, and of course the defection of the governors of the PDP to the ruling party APC. And we just hope and pray that they will sort themselves out and things
can get this
because
better.
At the end of the day, like I've always said, whether you are in the PDP or in the APC, what matters to us Nigerians is that wherever you are, just provide governance. It is good governance that we really want. It doesn't matter where you belong, but though we also actually do know that a one-party system in the democracy is not the best.
It's not the best at all.
It should be opposition that will be able to point out to the ruling party, look, this you are doing is not good. Kind of check. Check. So, well, that's our show today. Until we come again next week, we want to thank you for watching. And we invite you to stay tuned and continue to watch Business Day Television. My name is Joshua Bass.
You are watching Business Day Television.
On the 16th of October 2025, Business Day hosted the 2025 Family Business Summit with the theme, The Enduring Family Enterprise, Building a Legacy That Stands the Test of Time. The event tagged My Family, My Business, brought together business leaders, entrepreneurs, and enthusiasts to celebrate legacy and the future of enterprise. Convener Ogenewoke Oguru unveiled the 2025 edition, emphasizing the importance of strengthening family businesses in Nigeria. Publisher of Business Day, Frank Aigbogun, gave the opening remark highlighting the vision behind the summit. Representing PwC's country senior partner Sam Abu, Pedro Omotweme noted a decline in business stability compared to last year, stressing that purpose-driven family businesses are better positioned for long-term success. PwC partner and Africa Family business leader Esiri Agbeyi presented findings from the Africa Family Business Survey, pointing out trends such as AI, taxation, and the stronger performance of service-led businesses. Founder and CEO of Blanche, Nene Bejide, explored storytelling as a key tool for building multi-generational wealth, describing it as a bridge between purpose and perspective.
So this is actually very interesting because we act like, storytelling, something different out of, like, let's say, the ordinary. It's kind of what we do every day. It's plays a huge role in how we perceive people, how we perceive things, how we act towards things. So it's as good as communicating the person's brand. What do they how do you communicate? What are you trying to communicate? What are the objectives that you're trying to get out of this communication? So that's pretty much what storytelling is. But then putting it in, like, business, so it's all the same thing, but now in a broader sector, right? Because if you're doing it to your friends and family, but on the broader sector, you need to know how you want people to see you, how you want people to perceive you, and how you want people to accept whatever you are passing across or trying to communicate. So I would, just like the presentation that I had earlier, I would say that it's just really bring it down to, like, some core things, like being original with your story, being consistent, driving impacts through whatever they're doing, and also just paying attention, evolving, learning, relearning, and unlearning some things. Clear communications always, not waiting for, like, a big campaign before you communicate, always making sure that in everything that you do, your story, people can tell more about your brand from every little thing that you do, down to your employees, down to team members, down to, like, external stakeholders.
The first panel featured top business leaders discussing wealth creation, the role of family offices, and strategies for generational continuity. As the event proceeded, a fireside chat with the El Khalil family spotlighted vision, structure, and family-based leadership as foundations for success. The family also received the Lifetime Achievement and Family Business Award.
3 factors that you need to have a vision, you need to know where you're going, and you need to chart a path. What are the things that you need to do? And then it's the how to get there. But it requires not just vision and beautiful mission statements and so on. You need the capability that as well goes with it. And you need to keep everybody motivated and working towards a common goal.
I'll just touch on 2 things. Number one is what I mentioned was his relentless drive to never give up. So it's not how many times you fall down, but it's how you get up. And the glue that kept it together were his value-based leadership. So always putting family first. That's how you withstand the test of time.
Well, when the opportunity came up, when the existing or the previous managing director decided to resign, we had 2 options. One is either to go out and look for professional candidates, and the other was to put the proposition to Sari. And when we looked at his track record, his commitment, his knowledge and the experience that he has both in the country, with the people and the business, the decision was very clear from my point of view and the board's point of view. And then it was up to Sari to accept the challenge, and I'm very happy that he did.
I first and foremost need to prove myself every day. I still have that mindset, but really I started from the ground up. I rode on the sales trucks, I visited all the customers, I went to the regions, I worked in manufacturing, I worked in marketing, I worked in distribution. So I've done every single thing of the business from the ground up.
Subsequent panels explored curating legacy through art and luxury collecting, as well as cross-generational conversations on leadership, ownership, and business diversification.
Well, we have a family council, but that council is also made up of members of the board of the business today.
So at that family council, we are able to talk to each other freely. The plan is to have the board open so that in future, if there are very, very special people who we can make members of the board, they get there. But then they don't belong to the family council. So the family council is where somebody can talk about what one person did that he or she does not like, or what should be done or shouldn't be done. So that is where we openly communicate, where we dot I's and cross T's, and carefully carry decisions there to Debbie, who will now do daily implementation, working with her first grade management team.
Each generation is very different but very important. The strength of one generation aids the weakness of another generation, so to say. So it's so important that everyone feels heard, because the business does better when there's better collaboration between both generations. The beauty of family businesses and why the ones that have done it well are so successful is because what everyone brings to the table is so important for the next level.
Entrepreneurial families, we can use acts. Well, I would talk from the part of luxury, because I deal in vintage fabrics, We use it to preserve stories, the emotional attachment, the memories, You preserve legacy by, when you invest in good quality. Because it's not just about, for instance, our SAS textiles, when we buy fabric, it's not just about the fabric, it's what the fabric tells, when you're attached to it, the memories behind the fabric, what you want to use the fabric for, because most times when you get these are fabrics that are for special events. So generations after generations will see the pictures. So for me, it comes, you preserve legacy through the memories, through the emotional attachment, and of course, you can pass it on from generation to generation. I believe so much in buying what you like, because when I go to buy fabrics, when I shop for my clients, because I see myself as a global sourcing textile person. I don't buy from the perspective of I buy what, because when you buy what you can sell it effectively, and you're able to pass it down, you're able to preserve that legacy, you're also able to, it's not about my taste right now. You have to balance that. It's not just about my taste, it's about thinking about the end user. It's about thinking about the diversity and also making sure people are included. So when people come to me and they want to buy fabrics, first of all, I have to know, what do you want? What do you like? What do you want to pass on? What stories, what memories are you trying to evoke? So I believe in buying what, but also seeing it from a global perspective.
To answer your questions about staying relevant, I think family offices should, or even family members should think about global connectivity, should emphasize on it, should go beyond the continent, go across to different other places to meet other families, because we are one world today.
Growing up, right, the first set of Nigerian industrialists, right, how many of them do we hear about today? Where you're probably growing up, you heard of names everywhere in the world, north, south, east, west, right? Those names are no more. Those companies are business in every sector, manufacturing, agri, industry, all of them. And just one simple problem. In this part of the world, we've sort of always done business as a woman business or sole proprietorship, while woman does everything, manages everything, makes all decisions and everything. And the answer is very simple. It's simple. You create structures. That's it. Structure. It's all about the structure. It's all about structure. So first things first. Whether the proprietor, or the family decides, there has to be clear succession plans. There has to be mentorship and grooming, growing the next line of successors. In some parts of the world, as early as the teens and late 20s, they already know what's going to take over. It doesn't always have to be the first child or first boy or what have you. It just has to be who they feel is best qualified, has the attribute. At times, you have a case where the proprietor or whoever, or the second generation jumps even his immediate family and goes to a nephew or niece or something like that. And they brought up of being a man or woman doesn't matter. It could be a man, it could be a woman. So it's about the structures, about the systems. Then having a board also, having a board puts accountability and checks and things like that in there. You talk about the family office, and family offices come up very much nice. It's important, and everybody, even with the family office, the structures of it are important. You talk about trust. For example, one that I've read about recently is about the Corona schools. How the founder created the trust, and trust is working now. That's why you see Corona schools are even growing faster than when the proprietor was around. They investing everywhere, and he's set up the trust in a way to protect the schools and legacy. So these are just some of the factors, but I think at the end of the day, also these are the key points: trust, the people people they set they speak in the next line of a succession plan, having a succession plan, picking them properly and grooming them. Yeah, it's just some of that.
The evening session at the Mike Adenuga Center, Alliance Française, brought together industry leaders for networking and reflection, followed by a short documentary on Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, Africa's first family business pioneer, was premiered, celebrating his vision and impact. This was followed by a brief panel session. Temilola Adekpetun, Managing Director of SKLD Integrated Limited, delivered a keynote on succession and legacy, sharing insight from her own leadership experience. The event concluded with the Family Business Leadership Lifetime Achievement Awards, celebrating visionary founders, transformational next-generation leaders, and outstanding under-40 CEOs. The Family Business Summit continues to make a case for family businesses, ensuring not just wealth creation, but the continuity of generational wealth. I am Amanda Amos-Igbuwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Baby, can I come home? Baby, can I come home? Mommy, see you one last time. Mommy, see just this time.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from BusinessDay Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, federal government seals $500 million World Bank loan to boost agriculture. Senate receives Tinubu's request for $1.5 trillion bill. 50% petrol yearly. Federal government to invest 12 billion naira in digital economy research projects. Thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Norma Obuna. The federal government has secured a $500 million loan from the World Bank to strengthen agricultural value chains and boost food security across the country. The initiative aligns with President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda aimed at improving food production, job creation, and rural industrialization. Agricultural Minister Senator Abubakar Kyari confirmed the approval during a meeting with a World Bank team led by Hardwick Echale at the ministry. According to the minister, he explained that the program forms part of the World Bank's $14 billion Agri-Connect initiative designed to expand agro-processing capacity. The World Bank delegation noted that the project will focus on key crops as both sides reaffirmed their commitment to transforming Nigeria's agricultural sector and building a sustainable path to food security. And also, President Bola Tinubu has asked the Senate to approve a fresh 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan to help finance the deficit in the 2025 national budget. The request was read during plenary by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, marking another borrowing move as the government works to fund key programs amid fiscal constraints. The Senate referred the request to its Committee on Local and Foreign Debt with instructions to report back within 1 week for further legislative action. The request comes just 5 days after the Senate approved another borrowing plan of $2.847 billion in external loans, including a $500 million debut sovereign sukuk to support the 2025 budget. Lawmakers backing the borrowing say it's necessary to sustain infrastructure. However, the new loan appeal has renewed public debate over Nigeria's rising debt, which has now exceeded 97 trillion naira. Also, Nigerians are set to pay nearly 1 trillion naira more annually for petrol following the federal government's approval of a 15% import tariff on premium motor spirit, a cost expected to be transferred to consumers once implemented. A price analysis shows the levy could add about 99.72 naira per litre based on Nigeria's average import volume of 26.75 million litres per day between January and September 2025. The approved is set to take effect after a 30-day transition ending November 21st, 2025, with a policy aimed at boosting government revenue and encouraging local refining under the Renewed Hope Energy agenda. Also, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria argued that the tariff contradicts market deregulation principles, while analysts say Nigerians may struggle as petrol already sells at 800 naira per litre. Despite the concerns, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise backed the tariff, calling it a strategic step forward, reducing import dependency. Up ahead, federal government to invest 12 billion naira in digital economy research. We'll bring you more details after this time out.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make it? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Moving on, the federal government says it will invest 12 billion naira in digital economy research projects to help Nigeria harness the full benefits of digital transformation. Communications and Digital Economy Minister Buson Tijani announced this in Abuja at the opening of the 18th International Conference on Theory and Practice of Electronic Governance organized by NITDA. Tijani said platforms like IceGov allow nations to explore emerging technologies and design policies that meet real societal needs. He added that Nigeria's strong showing at the 2024 edition and at the trust of global partners to host the 2025 conference. The minister stressed that digital technologies are now central to human existence, warning that any nation slow to adopt them risks being left behind in development. And also, a fierce legal battle is brewing in Abuja between superstores H-Medics and Max Health over alleged monopoly and unfair competition. The Federal High Court has fixed January 12, 2026 to hear the case, which also involves the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. Max Health accuses H-Medics of using its 11 mega outlets to dominate Abuja's pharmacy market and push smaller competitors out. It's asking the court to block new approvals and order a monopoly probe. But H-Medics insists it's fully licensed, employs over 100 pharmacists and operates within the law. The company is counter-suing for 150 million naira in damages over alleged false claims. The FCCPC says it's already investigating but won't halt lawful business expansion. Justice Obiora Egwatu has ordered all parties to exchange documents before the January hearing. Now, away from that story, foreign airlines are defending their decision to sell flight tickets in US dollars, saying it's backed by agreements with the Nigerian government, not a slight on local travelers. Their response follows growing outrage from travel agents who accuse the carriers of breaking Nigerian laws, piling pressure on the naira and ignoring recent efforts to clear trapped funds. Emirates, Delta, and United Airlines are among those named. They insist the move complies with the bilateral air services agreement between Nigeria and the US. Emirates, which resumed flights last year after a 2-year break, hasn't commented. Experts say the airlines are acting within the law. The president of the Association of Foreign Airlines Representatives in Nigeria, Kingsley Wokoma, insists the sales are allowed under government agreements, otherwise the airlines would have faced sanctions. However, the National Association of Nigeria Travel Agencies calls the dollar sales disrespectful and anti-trade, urging the government to force airlines to accept naira as the currency stabilizes. Still on, Senator Ali Ndume is set to empower his Borno South constituents with 5,000 free MTN SIM cards and 1,000 points of sale machines. The move, he says, will boost digital access and reconnect communities long cut off by the Boko Haram insurgency. Ndume made the announcement in Maiduguri during a visit by MTN Nigeria's management team. He said the initiative builds on last year's program that trained 800 youths in POS operations and gave each 100,000 naira starter pack. The senator also plans to partner with MTN and the Senate's Committee on Communications to establish computer-based test centers across the Borno South, a move aimed at driving education and digital literacy. MTN Sales and Trade Manager Noyi Wakili hailed Ndume's efforts to rebuild telecom infrastructure, confirming network restoration in Goza, Damboa, and nearby towns, with more coverage coming to Uba, Fikayel, and Chibok. Still to come, South Africa's private sector activity declines as demand weakens in October. These and more after this commercial break.
Welcome to the podcast. Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to News Update. We now head to Africa. South Africa's private sector activity contracted in October for the first time in 7 months. The S&P Global Purchasing Managers Index fell to 48.8 from 50.2 in September, moving below the 50 mark that separates growth from decline. S&P Global says firms saw weaker output and new orders, with some citing reduced customer spending and uncertain domestic conditions. Export sales also fell, marking the sharpest drop in nearly a year. However, supplier delivery times improved to their joint best level in 14 years, helped by fewer logistics issues and lower input demand. Input cost inflation also eased, supported by the rand's 7% gain against the dollar as far this year. And despite the downturn, 34% of firms expected business activity to rise over the next year. The International Monetary Fund has extended its mission to Senegal by several days as talks continue on a new financial program. An IMF team has been in Dakar since October 22 with discussions described as productive. The fund froze Senegal's previous $1.8 billion program earlier this year after newly elected leaders uncovered billions in hidden debt. That debt has now grown to more than $11 billion, pushing the country's debt to GDP ratio to around 132% at the end of 2024. Investors remain divided on whether the IMF will recommend debt restructuring or reprofiling, a move Senegal's government has been reluctant to pursue. The fund says it will issue a concluding statement at the end of its visit. And on to the foreign scene, where risk aversion that swept through Asian currency markets earlier on Wednesday was eased by European session. The safe haven yen erased gains, while the Australian and New Zealand dollars rebounded. The Australian dollar recovered from a multi-week low to trade slightly higher, and the New Zealand dollar rose to 0.3% after briefly touching a 12-year low against the Aussie. Meanwhile, the Swiss franc stayed stronger and the US dollar held firmer after reaching its highest level since April. The yen briefly gained 0.5% before steadying around 153.62 per dollar, while sterling remained near a 7-month low following signals of possible tax hikes from the UK finance minister. The dollar index has been stable at 100.16 after touching 100.25 late on Tuesday. Also, oil prices slipped on Wednesday amid a broader market sell-off and a stronger US dollar. Brent crude fell to 6 cents to $64.38 a barrel, while US West Texas Intermediate eased 7 cents to $60.49. Analysts say investors pulled back from energy markets as risk appetite weakened. And on the supply side, OPEC Plus's decision to raise output, by 137,000 barrels per day in December continued to pressure prices. The group plans to pause further increases in early 2026, though analysts say this move is unlikely to support prices in the near term. Up next is sports news after this break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Now to sports. Liverpool defeated Real Madrid 1-0 in their Champions League clash at the Anfield, courtesy of a late header from Alexis Mac Allister. The hosts dominated much of the game, with Madrid goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois producing several crucial saves, denying Dominic in the first half and later stopping efforts from Virgil van Dijk and Hugo Ekitike. Liverpool had a strong penalty appeal turned down before finally breaking through as Mac Allister nodded in cross from close range. Now, it was a frustrating return to Anfield for Trent Arnold Alexander, who struggled against his former club, while Xabi Alonso's side leaders in La Liga rarely threatened an equalizer. And now to end the news, Tottenham cruised to 4-0 win over Copenhagen in the Champions League, with defender Mickey van de Ven scoring a sensational solo goal that is already being hailed as one of the best in the tournament. With Spurs 2 goals up by reduced to 10 men following Brennan Johnson's red card, Van de Ven picked up the ball near his own area, sprinted the length of the pitch past several Copenhagen players and finished with a precise low strike into the bottom corner. The goal came just days after controversy when Van de Ven failed to acknowledge supporters after Tottenham's defeat to Chelsea. Manager Thomas Frank joked afterward that the defender can keep walking past me if he delivers this. Speaking after the match, Van de Ven said his goal wasn't down to instinct, adding that although he played as a striker in his youth, he hadn't been thinking about that in the moment. And that is the much we have for you right now at the news update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Norma Obonna. Many thanks for watching.
So how do you feel this and the removal of the former ones by the president and this one that have been brought in? What do you think they'll do differently and how do you feel about the whole process?
I think it's a good move by the president because when you think about why he actually removed the old ones, it's about the news of the coup that was about to happen. So every good president will want to replace everyone around involved in the queue. So I think it's a good move by the president.
I feel he's just feeling insecure and threatened. That's why he decided to, take that decision. And for the new guys that are coming in should be focused and just abide by his decisions. Do whatever he wants. He wants him to do. I think that's the way he wants it because he's the president, the number one man in the country.
There are two ways I think you can look at it. You can look at it from the first point of performance. Since the service chiefs have been in play for for a few years now, you can see that in terms of the insecurity, there has been little or no improvement. And obviously, maybe figures that we might see online might be a bit bloated. But I think in early October, there was this rumor around that there was some kind of a coup or something like that. I'm sure it's actually linked to that. But then, they also come outside to deny such involvement or whether there was something like that. But I'm sure there are two ways to look at it. Performance-wise, I don't think the performance has been up to par of what you would expect. I'm sure that's what the president has probably looked into and decided to go with a sudden reshuffle of his service chiefs.
I don't actually know what is happening there, but what I know is that I will take the person that will work with me and will take instruction from me, not that the person that will do anything. I don't say the former one is taking instruction from elsewhere, but I'm just telling you, the person that is a technocrat on that job is the person that is supposed to know.
The president decision is all right by me because normally in the civil service role, after you have spent so much years possibly 30, 35 years and so on, because you are due for retirement, really. So, and for the president to make that decision, I believe it's okay by me. And I believe it's okay by other Nigerians too. And as a president, you have a decision of your own. So I believe you have made the right decision.
The water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omi-Eko project, a €410 million plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union and the European Investment Bank, the Omi-Eko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omi-Eko, a blueprint for the future. Omi-Eko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our Omi bus fleet into very modern ferries. We had to save ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center. Is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omi-Eko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omi-Eko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for BusinessDay Television. Lagos is a city surrounded by water.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back. This is bdtv and this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, both home and abroad, and of course, local or global, hence identifying the promise and problems of separate industries and its economic business value, and more importantly also, how it affects the GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians, and Nigerians across Africa in relative to the rest of the world. So yes, this is Industry Focus. So we've got 4 segments coming your way. I'm going to run them through very quickly so that we know exactly what we do and how we do it and why we choose Tuesdays to make it happen. Number 1 here, our first segment of the day, will be our quotes on blockchain and cryptocurrency. All this you get to find out why it's important to maybe have a side hustle. So yes, our quotes of the day will be on blockchain and cryptocurrency. Second segment, right away, we do have our captain's opinion, where our guest, Chidubem Emelemadu, will be here with us to talk about the blockchain and how it affects Africa. And that topic most definitely is pros and cons of blockchain industry in Africa. Remember, we are the go-to when it comes to industries and how they function. And right after that, we have deal or no deal. And the deal or no deal gives you more clarity on what the Nigerian government has done to enable that industry become a success. And after that, we do have, most definitely, a retrospect, all this coming your way. So stay with me right here. Don't go away. This is BDTV. Let's take a break. Welcome back. It is the BDTV Industry Focus, where we give you that which we need. And of course, that you also even need. More importantly, today we're talking about blockchain and how that affects Africa as a whole, young businesses, and most definitely how we can draw in some measure when it comes to the GDP of Africa and Nigeria. Does blockchain add a lot of value? They say yes, but I will not do it alone. I have my guest in the building. But before I jump into my guest, or rather before I discuss with my guest, let me give you the quote of the day very quickly. We have 2 quotes for you. One, it says here, it says, blockchain technology could change our world more than you can expect. And that is from Jack Ma. It says, blockchain technology could change the world. And the second one is by Akon. It says, Bitcoin is going to change the world from a money to a lot of other stuff. So you see right there on TV, it gives you more clarity that it has been there for a while. Most definitely. So now you know. All right. So quickly, let me jump straight up to the next segment that will enable us even see clearly why industry focus is key. My guest, she's in the building. Most definitely. I'll run through her bio so you get to know who she is. Chidubem Emelemadu, she is ecosystem. She's the ecosystem lead for Africa for LISC. Most definitely, I hope I got that correctly. Yes, Chidubem Emelemadu is the ecosystem lead, like I did say, Africa, where she drives network adoption and connects the founders with the tools, resources, and support needed to launch scale when it comes to businesses. And more definitely, rather more importantly, she also adds more value to that particular area through communication skill that she has. She was once with Binance, the world's largest exchange and leading global blockchain ecosystem, where she played a key role in expanding blockchain adoption across the continent. I can go on and on and on, right? With experience across banking, finance, she has it all when it comes to blockchain and how it works. She's very passionate. Yes, and she's already inspired in the studio. She's very passionate in these things, technology. She's also there. She has this expansive idea on why it's important to look within Africa, because Africa is the way to go. Let me welcome my guest, Chidubem Emelemadu. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I hope I was able to give some, breakdown of who you really are, what you do, and everything.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm excited to have you in the studio.
I'm excited to be here.
But how are you generally?
I'm great. I'm great.
Fantastic.
There's some traffic on the way, but it's usual
right.
Lagos.
It is. So they say Lagos never sleeps.
Yeah, exactly.
But more importantly, you know, Lagos is the center hub of business. So we should expect traffic back and forth. So anyways, welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much.
Today's well packed. And all the questions are for you to answer. Our viewers have piled them up so that we can jump into this. We're talking blockchain industry. So let's ask you, you already have this idea that startups must grow and must become lucrative.
Yeah.
What is blockchain and how does that add value to young businesses?
Yeah. So blockchain is essentially a data ledger, right? Let's explain it like that. So, for example, you have a transaction, right? You want to send it to literally anyone in the world. Once the transaction goes through, one, it is immutable, which means it cannot be changed, right? Two, is transparent, so anybody anywhere in the world can essentially see that that transaction has gone through, right? So it's essentially a combination of all of these transactions in blocks, which is why it's called a chain of blocks, blockchain, right? So, you know, very simple definition. And the second question was like, why is this valuable?
Yes, how does it help young businesses really?
So, you know, lots of ways. I like to bring it down to, you know, practical and what is actually happening in the market today. With young businesses, you know, a lot of what blockchain adds, one is like access to generally with payments, right? We have the internet where people can essentially communicate with people around the world, transact around the world, and the blockchain enabled essentially does that for finance as well. Right? We have businesses that are essentially using the blockchain for trade. We have businesses that are using it for treasury management. So I think at the core of it is essentially a way to, you know, coordinate transactions, ensure that you are able to pass value across, you know, the globe, right? And you're not sort of restricted to the different fragments that you generally have in like the finance industry. And, you know, cut costs and time and all of these things for those transactions as well. Of course, I can go into detail, but that is like the general idea of what I would say blockchain does for young businesses.
Fantastic. I mean, you have it well packed. I'm not surprised, which is why I reached out to you and said, the only person to talk to when it comes to blockchain, you know, crypto and all that is you. But what is the link between, you know, the crypto, the Bitcoin? How does it link? Is it like yes?
Yeah. So Bitcoin is a type of cryptocurrency. Was of course the first cryptocurrency. The general idea of Bitcoin when it launched with the white paper was, you know, peer-to-peer transactions. So of course the link between crypto and Bitcoin is that Bitcoin was the first cryptocurrency. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency, and after that you have like so many others that have essentially come from that. Ethereum was the next one, and Ethereum essentially ushered in a way for people to now build applications on the blockchain, right? And now you have lots of like startups and companies that are also being built on the blockchain just because of the smart contracts that were essentially ushered in through Ethereum.
So you are digging out some financial terms that I'm going like, okay, I'm a communication person, but I'm actually learning. So it's one on one for me now. Which is good because our viewers want to hear this thing. Again, just to follow up. So let's look at the angle of the double-edged sword. What I mean to say is, what are the biggest cons and, you know, risk holding the blockchain industry back in Nigeria? We know they have challenges. Let's list them out.
Yeah. So there are a few, right? I would definitely start with like regulatory uncertainty. So of course, like I've mentioned some of the pros of the blockchain industry, some of the things that businesses are using them for today, but without regulatory certainty, right, you find some businesses a bit confused, right? Because of course you need regulation, you need compliance, they need to know that, you know, when I start doing this thing or when I integrate or implement this, you're not going to come after me, right? Of course, we're starting to see the government, you know, pay attention to that. This is across Africa, and I know in the next few months we'll have a lot more of that. But I would say that's generally one, because it then confuses businesses, but also individuals, right? It's like regulations essentially provide like, you know, investor confidence and all of these things for for the user base. So that's just one, which is not necessarily a con of the technology in itself. It's just like more of the industry. When it comes to technology, I would say one thing which sort of links with, you know, what I do at my company would essentially be this idea of like interoperability or the lack thereof. So you have different blockchain networks, right? So, you know, let's say Ethereum, you know, Solana, Stellar, all of those things. Now, a lot of these blockchain networks can't necessarily communicate with each other, right? So what you have is you have fragmentation of like resources, liquidity, users, all of those things, and it then becomes a lot more complicated for like businesses and users. And that is one thing that, you know, something called the super chain is essentially trying to solve.
The super chain?
Yes. So it's basically a network of different blockchains, right? That essentially saying, you know, why don't we, you know, collaborate using one individual stack, which is like the OP stack, right? Such that, you know, when all of this is rolled out, the interoperability that they're working on, you can then access like liquidity from these like different chains. You don't have to essentially have like USDT on Lisk and USDT on Optimism, and you can't really transact with each other. You'll be able to transact with them a lot closely using like the higher standards. So all of those things are in the works, right? So I would definitely say like the user experience because of that has been a con, just because of how technical and complex it has been. But there is a lot more progress with, you know, some of these teams working on that, including like Lisk, the blockchain ecosystem I work for.
Fantastic stuff. Now let's not mention and find out how this helps Nigeria as a whole and Africa.
Okay.
We know the more diverse we are, the more there is a greater tendency that, you know, Africa can grow, can become no longer a developing continent or Nigeria a developing nation, rather a developed one. So this next question is a follow through, right? Now this focuses more or less on the talent, really. The talent question, which is Nigeria producing enough blockchain developers and experts to capitalize on this opportunity, right? Do you think we are producing, are people seeing that this is a viable way to go? Have in mind that they also have to pay tax when the time comes. Which next year, we're going to be slowed 25% tax. But how we see, because of the complexity of this blockchain thing, do you think that young people are run away from it, or they're seeing it as a viable business to get into? Which is why I said, you know, the talent person. These questions are all from our viewers who watched the previous episode and they know what to find out. So when we get people like you talk about it.
Yes, you know, 100%. I think there's so many advantages of the blockchain industry on like young people, which is again one of the reasons why I'm extremely passionate about it. I think something that, you know, Nigeria can export to the world is actually its talent and its workforce, right? There are a lot of like young people on the continent, but they need to be engaged productively, right? And one of the ways is essentially, you know, working, you have your laptop, you can essentially export like that talent to the rest of the world and earn a lot more than you might even earn locally, right? So there's so many ways. So you mentioned like blockchain developers, but there are actually so many ways that young people are earning from the blockchain industry today, right?
So it's actually an industry.
Of course.
A great one.
Of course it is. Trillions of dollars in the industry, right?
I mean, looking on fine. I mean, just paying the bills. I'm thinking, I'm sure I would just, you know, look at the media angle of blockchain.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's so many ways, right? So apart from the fact that the blockchain industry is the industry where, you know, a lot of companies that you work for don't necessarily care where you work. Right, and this is a lot more than the broader tech ecosystem where, you know, now people are sort of dialing back on remote work, but it's not the case in the blockchain industry, right? Like the, you know, team I work for, the founders are German, right? And we are very distributed. I'm the only, you know, employee in Nigeria, and there's so many across the world, and this is the same for so many other people. And you know what that means is, you can essentially compete on a global scale. You know, you can earn, learn, grow, all of these things in global standards.
Learn, grow.
Yes.
As a young person who wants to get into blockchain.
Yes. Okay. And you become a lot more upwardly mobile, right? You can essentially move across the world and get opportunities. So there's that from like, you know, I guess full-time employment roles, but there are also lots of other things, right? I think a good thing about the blockchain ecosystem as well is that a lot of things are very like, you know, task-based, right? There's something we call, you know, bounties, right? Where you essentially have like different tasks within ecosystems, and, you know, some people can essentially earn from those. Now, these are sort of like smaller in value, but you can essentially get a lot more people doing. So I always think about how I wish we could actually capture the GDP of this like industry a lot better. Now, some ecosystems are doing that. I know, you know, Super Team, for example, they just shared that they had, you know, $1 million in GDP. Now, this is the amount of money that, you know, young people in Nigeria, by the way, had earned, right? I think in the last 2 years. And this is like, you know, maybe one person earns $1,000 for doing this or $500 for doing this, all accumulated becomes $1 million. And that is very impactful to young people, because we can see across the world, like, you know, entry-level roles, for example, are becoming fewer and far between, right? So this is an opportunity for people to essentially like learn and earn. So just from that perspective is incredible. Now, when you know, apart from like all of these like roles and jobs, you now actually have businesses and startups, right? Now, that is something that I do a lot with my team. So we essentially, you know, provide opportunities and capital, right, for startups in this blockchain ecosystem to essentially build and scale.
Build and scale. I will take a quick break.
Okay.
I will jump back to this because of time, right? I mean, you did fantastic, I must say, and you're giving us all the answers that we expect. In case you're just joining us, back home there, we're talking with the experienced. She knows exactly how to make this happen. Let's have a quick break. When we come back, we do have Deal or No Deal, where we're going to ask our guest what she thinks about Nigeria and the same blockchain industry, the laws they've dropped in. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Industry Focus. Welcome back. It is still BDTV right here, and we are right in it. Industry Focus it is. My guest in the building, most definitely, to the BEM Emelomadu, giving us all the answers that we need in case you want to jump into blockchain industry. We obviously have cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and everything. She's the person to talk to. And it's important that at this point in time, we drop in our Deal or No Deal. Now, sometime in February, Nigerian government moved to, you know, sign the bill into law saying that, look, for what it is, okay, while targeting shortcomings, okay, so after back and forth between accepting and rejection earlier on this year, Nigerian government finally recognized crypto assets via a new bill. Yes, it was passed by lawmakers, which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed into law. So far, that was sometime in April, May or so. So far, do you think it has helped those in crypto business, those in Bitcoin business, those in blockchain business? Has it regulation, or those regulatory bodies, has it eased up a little? Do you see it as a plus? So is it a deal for you or a no deal?
Can I say a little bit? Do I have to say deal or no deal?
But you have to choose one now.
Okay. I would obviously choose deal, because I think generally, like, regulation is great, right? In terms of like certainty. I think what has happened is that there hasn't been, you know, with all the different like policymakers, there needs to be alignment, I would say. Right. So, for example, it is great that we actually have two crypto exchanges, Credax and Busha, that have gotten, you know, approval in principle, which is great and has enabled them to do a lot more with their business, and just enabled more like confidence from a global perspective. But there's also the fact that, you know, CBN sort of has to be on board, Right? So when you have a lot of the larger financial institutions and banks and all of those, people still not, fully interacting with the rest of the, industry just because they're a bit uncertain, CBN has not, giving them the go ahead, then, it doesn't make as much impact as it should have. Right? So yeah, definitely deal, but I would say that, we need more alignment with all the different policymakers.
Fantastic. So our guest has said deal. I'll shake your hand at this point in time. Don't worry. That means that you agree with our flow, which is great. So deal it is. What can we say? If the professionals know these things, our job is to ask good questions and be able to pull across to make it happen. Right, it is time to wrap up the show. But before I go, quickly, we have retrospect. This is the end of the show. Don't worry, this is a question. Don't worry. Let's just end the show. All right, so it says here, retrospect. In retrospect, blockchain has evolved from a niche cryptographic concept to transformative technology with a far-reaching, application across numerous industries. Now, the father of, blockchain and Bitcoin, people don't know this, right? But this is what it is. The birth of the first blockchain, 2008/2009, the technology was first conceptualized and implemented as a core component of Bitcoin. Is this a line? Right? By, the well-known Satoshi Nakamoto. Does that name ring a bell?
Of course.
Right? Great stuff. All right, so Satoshi Nakamoto, 2008, white paper Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. I'm speaking your language now. Right, so he solved the double spending problem inherent in digital currency without needing a central authority, serving as the first public distributed ledger. And that's him over there on TV, right? And that's Satoshi Nakamoto. Did I get it correctly? Satoshi Nakamoto. So that's it, right? That's Satoshi Nakamoto. What do you think? As the father of Bitcoin.
About Satoshi?
Yes.
I think it's a real one.
It's a real one.
He gave us the whole industry.
All right.
And disappeared.
And disappeared. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, Chidibem, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Interesting. Without you, there's no way we could have, got all this information across. We hope we'll call you again soon enough and you will show up. Maybe
of course.
I know I got you there, right?
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Through. Most definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, until next week Tuesday, yes, we touched on Bitcoin today. We touched on, blockchain and more of that industry when it comes to cryptocurrency. Who knows? Might do a part 2. Until next week Tuesday, don't forget, BDTV it is. Industry focus, it will always be. Onyeka Valentine's my name. Bye-bye.
Admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.